Fiesta. One fest has concluded. 3 fest remain. And just quickly consulting the charts. Yeah, that should be enough ammunition for the final battle. We rejoin Darts, who is tentatively in go mode. Right, Darts are still working on Tania. While tentatively in go mode. As you do. Yeah, knife is ready. Fiesta.
Fiesta.
Killer bow is ready.
Killer bow is killer bow.
This is the team that is relying on random procs for their Twintania move, so. These things happen.
One Fiesta and then, well, 3 Fiestas and then 1 clump of credits.
Yes. You continue to hate to see it.
They can only handle one Tania, not both.
Perhaps. Undetermined quantities of Tania.
At least 2 Tanias.
Imagine. Concentric Tanias.
What if it's a Ven Tania? Two Tanias that only overlap slightly.
There we go. Skull. Tangible.
How many of these bosses are vulnerable to death?
Not many. Several.
More than you would think for a JRPG.
Usually with some additional caveat.
You gotta do some finagling.
Yeah, back to the credits.
So those two are still just hanging out in the airship?
In the underground laboratory.
Ah.
Which, because I didn't do any of World 3's side content, is still trapped under Fork Tower.
How did they get there?
Don't worry.
It's where they were when the merger happened.
Ah. And now we're just getting the role of important plot beats.
Yes. Brill, whose life is violence.
Thanks, Harris. Thanks, Lena.
Lena. Ferris!
Thanks, Faris. Gosh.
Anyway, here's a gift from the tree. Did you hear
You
that?
hear that?
It's Bald Anders!
Grind on going with other teams. Hey, Rune Chime. It's that bell. So this team just has much more number to collect. Has to become taller. Beast team, let's see, you have Mammon and Wazarai at the ready, and I did get them a pair of reflect rings that will be needed to do that. Yeah, so their Shinryu strat is primed. Now they just
Are
have
you going to be
numbers
reflecting
collect.
beasts off yourself?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
What?
That's the Flame Whip, one of the sealed weapons. It sometimes
Ah.
casts fire when brandished.
Did I miss anything significant in the short time I wasn't here?
Tiny bit of the credits, but it was just little snippets of what people were up to.
And we're
we
gonna
saw
see
the
it
big
3 more
emotional beat of
times.
it.
Potentially.
Oh yeah, Twintania also got blown up again.
Skulls.
So is XP in this game divided between party members? So if 2
Yes.
people are dead, the other 2 get more?
That is the way it's generally been across the franchise. If they ever stopped doing that at some point, I don't know when it occurred. From 1 on through the first hexology. The shared XP pool is a thing. Okay, they're holding 80 Phoenix Downs. Yeah, this team is now loaded for
They're good.
prolonged Void Expedition. Yeah, we're going in. Probably staying in. Yeah, they don't really get along with the woods because the white flames absorb holy, and this team has 2 holy weapons for now. It's fungus, though.
Fungus remain friend.
Fungus is under your control.
I enjoy that fungus being under your control seems to manifest as just turning the other way as you slay its friend.
Yep, that whenever you control a beast, its sprite gets flipped.
Yeah,
I
any
pretend I do not
confusion
see it.
effect on an enemy.
It
Oh
is
yeah,
face-
I'm aware. It was just funny to me in this instance.
Look over there, huh?
the real vibe of turning away, going, I'm not paid enough for this. I'm not paid at all.
Mushroom does not partake in capitalism.
Small mercies.
Back to darts. Back to immediately post Tania. Yeah, so as far as bonus bosses, we have 2 Shinryu fights that are still yet to happen.
I
Oh,
think
poss-
everyone's gotten by Omega now.
Everyone who
Oh.
was fighting Omega has fought Omega.
All possible beeps have been resolved. The unpossible beeps will be respectfully observing Omega from a very far distance.
Never over Yojimbo.
Jim's a friend.
I just stole Jim's house.
He shouldn't have been carrying it in his pocket.
He's not gonna need it anymore. It's free real estate.
It's free real estate. Hello, Ramu.
Help! Where am I? So summons, if you have not picked them up before the worlds merge, will show up in the void as a last chance of like, hey, did you miss the random encounter ones? So Ramu, instead of being in the forest where he normally is now wandering around the void, just going, help! Where am I?
It's a secondary... It's a secondary thing to every screen of the void until you get to the crystal dimension has a rare encounter that is from somewhere else earlier in the game.
That's super cool. But also,
Everything fell in the hole.
what?
I hope Ramu and Golem hang out together and to get some support.
Nice.
Ordinarily, Ramu is a difficult encounter unless you have Ifrit, at which point he's just like, oh, Ifrit, what up? Oh, you're hanging with these people? Yeah, I'll go along.
You will say this dialogue about recognizing Ifrit regardless of whether or not you actually have Ifrit.
You actually get him early? I didn't know. I never tested that.
The normal sequence of things means you will have Ifrit before you can get to Ramu. So there is no check to see if that's the case. Like,
Yeah,
if you're
I've
doing
never
a
gone out of my
shuffler,
way to do that.
if you're doing a shuffler and fight Ramu in some earlier context,
Yeah, I did. I thought you couldn't miss getting Ifrit. So
yeah, Ifrit is mandatory
Yeah.
for normal play.
I think Uncle shows up in the...
I remember we
Is that-
ran into Bunkle in one of the past dungeons as a thing we could see on the map. He looked like a
Carbuncle
Metroid.
might only show up at meat. I don't know if there's a backup Bunkle fight anywhere.
Maybe the trench? Like, my brain is vaguely saying trench.
He wasn't
but
a
it might
random encounter,
Yeah.
so...
Just... Uncle might be exclusive.
Yeah, summons that are boss fights just are where they are.
Yeah, only the roaming random encounter ones show up in the void. according to the people.
Yeah, so-
Had we encountered Ramu before?
I don't think we ran into him when we
No,
were in
we
the
never
woods.
actually ran into
None of these
him.
teams have Summoner. I did not go looking for him.
Yeah.
Ah, okay, cool. Yeah, I was like, I feel like I would have recognized that magnificent beard.
No, we did not meet the beard that walks as a man.
This is in fact a team that didn't do the fight with Gil.
Has
Oh,
this
right.
team skipped all possible skippable content?
It's up there.
We don't have Excalibur. Which also means that...
Don't have backup in the necrophobe fight.
yeah, that means that we do all of Necrophobe. He has an extra 10,000 health that was supposed to be for the cutscene.
Oh.
Whoops.
Well, yeah, it's fine. We have ways to
Because
do
Gilgamesh
damage.
never got thrown into the void and
Never
is still
thrown into the
hanging out
abyss.
behind that door.
So you can prevent him from being thrown into the void by just
Yes.
not opening the
But
box.
yeah.
If you never open the box, he never taunts you with, I have a powerful sword.
And Xdeath never overhears that, and then don't give into the abyss.
So he's just standing behind a door forever.
It's kind of incredible that there's a state for that.
Yep.
Wow.
Like, the
okay.
SNES and Final Fantasy games were all wildly, well, honestly, all the original 6 were wildly ambitious games for their hardware.
Yeah, they were very big on pushing boundaries.
As Sona has mentioned a lot as they were going through 2 and 3. They're not short on ambition, they're short on a lot else.
Yeah, they're short on follow-through and pretty much everywhere.
Yep.
Reach exceeded grasp.
4 and 5 are where they really start to stick the landing.
Honestly, I like 1. 1's still pretty good.
One,
Yeah.
2's
One-
2.
one requires you to approach it and accept it for what it is.
One
2
is really impressive if you understand that what it's doing is taking AD&D
Yes.
and making it a functional video game.
Don't approach it like any.
So many people have tried.
Yeah! Like, don't approach it like any Final Fantasy. Approach it as exactly Final Fantasy 1. And it's pretty good. 2, as you said, is just kind of a weird growing pain saga game. And then 3 is, well, you tried. You had ideas. You
Oh no,
needed
we have
another
to squeeze out another one. This year's contract is up.
Yeah.
I would say that from what I understand of it, 3 is the prototype for this game.
Yes. It is the prototype, honestly, for every Final Fantasy after it, but in very fits and starts and broken up pieces kinds of ways that are deeply unfun to play.
There is charm in it. It does not offset its many problems.
It has enough highlights and lovable moments that it has a lot of callbacks in a lot of Final Fantasies. But also as a game, it's just bad. It's just bad. And yeah, the best thing you can say for 3 is that it was the first stab at the job system that would be made goddamn near perfect in 5.
Important design-wise.
Yeah. And 4 is another very focused story about singular characters. Like the first one in the series, really. It really has a big narrative that it is going for, rather than a random disconnected bunch of stuff, or
And mostly pulls
the
it
weird
off, really.
vibe of 2.
Like, 4 does not really make a ton of missteps. It pretty much works for the most part.
4 is... The worst I could say for 4 is that there's a lot of sections that are just kind of there.
I look forward to playing it.
Well, there's a couple of other things, but I want something going.
My
So-
long-standing summation of 4 is that 4 is an upscaled NES game.
Yes.
That's basically what I'm expecting. Just well, let's see what we can do with this new hardware.
It has most of the sensibilities and goals that went into the first 3, but with stronger hardware now, so we can do
And
bigger
4
backgrounds.
is
we
the
can
Cecil
do
one, right?
more
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah.
more elaborate music, scripting.
we can have a story. We can hold text.
We can
we
start doing...
we can write a lot more text than we could.
We can
before.
write so much text.
Yeah, 4 is the first one with a bunch of story, because holy crap, we can actually write
Look at all
a
this
narrative
we have.
now. And
And they also do a lot of showing off of characters joining and leaving your party and all having different gimmicks.
We have room to
Slaps
put so
cartridge.
many characters.
There are so many characters.
This
in
baby
4.
can hold so many personalities. Slaps cartridge.
Don't at me.
But the another big thing with 4 is where 3 experimented a lot and mostly failed miserably at. Who is that? Is that-
Yeah, 4 is fairly conservative, yeah.
But it does. 3 tries a lot with boss fights and mostly falls on its face. 4 has specific ideas for boss fights that are very simple, and they just focus on executing them, and that mostly succeeds. Most bosses have 1, maybe 2 major, this is the thing you gotta be thinking about. But it's never a situation where it's like, guess the number I'm thinking of. Surprise, it's change all your people
It's
to black.
Dragoons, you're right.
Change all your people to Dragoon before you enter the fight or die.
The number was Dragoons.
Yeah. God, that fucking fight.
Yeah, the gimmick boss fights of 4 tend to tell you what their gimmick is pretty quickly.
They
They
are
managed to
very...
make the mini dungeons charming because the music changes to an all flute rendition of normal fight song, so it sounds tiny.
That's super good, actually. Holy crap.
And like, I can almost see the logic behind that. It's just like, okay, do magic damage instead of physical if you've been doing physical a lot.
Force you to scramble up what you're doing, but in a much more ham-handed way.
Actually, the biggest gimmick I remember in 4 is just the Quake dungeon.
Oh, yeah.
Which one?
There's more than one?
People love casting Quake in 3 so fucking much.
Oh, no. In 4, there is one specific dungeon where you have to be hovering all the time. And that's the dungeon's gimmick.
Did you hover in 3 and I missed it?
They had not invented hover yet.
No, it didn't have float. You
Okay,
just
so
had to
there's
hold
there's
it.
a hard counter. Yeah, alright, that explains why it's dog shit.
Yeah, 4 they actually give you float.
Yeah,
And there is a dungeon that is basically a hard check on, do you know how float works? Yes or
You
no?
get it? Like, I'm fine with just, like, punishing someone because they don't understand or, like, haven't noticed this very crucial chunk of mechanics yet, but, like...
Having those
Yeah.
mechanic checks makes more sense when party composition is a fixed and known thing. It's,
Yes.
hey,
You
do
can
you
do a
appreciate
lot
your
more.
float haver who can use float? Pay attention to them.
You
We
notice
can
the
dig-
spell?
We can dictate exactly who is in your party at any given time and exactly what they can do at any given point in the curve that we reasonably expect you to have. That makes it a lot easier to design in a boundary.
Yep.
That also makes it feel less bad. IMO, like.
Yeah,
I
we know
basically
you
just
have the
like,
tools
you
to deal
didn't
with
have
this.
Missable thing, so fuck you as a design choice.
Yes. God, 3 is horrible for that. 3 is extremely horrible for that.
Yeah, 4 absolutely knows that at any given moment you have the tools
Bird
you
up.
need to win.
Right up. 3 has 2 entire you need these to beat the game level good classes in an optional dungeon underneath an optional content. So it's
That's
just
not optional.
The mandatory dungeon that pretends to be optional.
Like, even if you didn't want to get the classes, there's still all the good weapons in Eureka.
Yep. It tells you, oh, you can go straight to the Cloud of Darkness if you want. No, you can't.
You can't, no, they'll kill you. She'll kill you.
No.
She'll kill you,
As a
Jed. Unless you have
14
level
player,
99.
hearing that
everything.
Eureka is mandatory is just painful.
Yeah, could you imagine a world?
I'm sure somebody out there has done no Eureka FF3 clear and God, shine on you, Crazy Diamond.
I don't know why Final
the
Fantasy
speed
III
run definitely does without Eureka.
I
The
don't understand
speedrun
why
I
kids
can't say
probably
that
has
authoritatively.
Yeah.
Fuck, this bat's really loud. I don't know why 3 has so much cultural currency, I guess.
It's something that got way more, well, by virtue of not being released outside of Japan.
Yeah,
for
I
a
mean, like,
long
maybe if
time.
we got it, we would all be, like,
Also, the name
now
Onion,
realizing that 3 was bad 20 years later.
also the name Onion Knight is just funny.
Like, it's a charming base concept, and I could very much see it being a case of a lot of people playing it when they were younger and never going back to, poke at it again, and just remembering
just
the
going
charming
like,
story of 4 dweebs fighting some cool skeletons and fancy hats, and then the beams.
Was there an RPG before that, well, I mean Dragon Quest, but one that specifically has a romance in it?
Oh boy,
Like a NES RPG, because I'm pretty sure Dragon Quest does that. That might be why. I suspect that's why.
Dragon Quest Romance on the, I think, was an SNES one, not an NES one.
I don't.
And then on the NES Dragon
And
Quest,
by
I think you
romance
might have
here, I
married
mean
the princess.
a character.
I was about to say, by, like,
So let's
how
talk about what I mean
defining
here.
romance.
So
Yeah. Define
So,
term.
So Hilda, the queen, I guess, or no, what's her name? Whatever, the Princess of Three. I forgot her name already. It doesn't matter. Like openly flirts with, I guess, your lead party member, which is usually a fighter, or it was for me, anyways. And then at the end, they just she says, "No, marry me, fucker."
Yeah, Dragon Quest. I think there might be a line about marrying the king's daughter. I don't think the king's daughter has a name in Dragon Quest.
Dragon Quest is one of the blank spots for me in role-playing games, because I've just kind of bounced off every single iteration of them I've ever tried.
There are Dragon Quests that have notable romances, but the earliest one I can think of is an SNES game.
Amendment to my statement, I did not bounce off of Builders. I was gonna say, I was thinking of the mainline Dragon Quests that I have never been interested in. Dragon Quest Builders 1 and 2, I lost an embarrassing amount of my life to.
I enjoy Dragon Quest a lot, but I enjoy Dragon Quest on the basis that it is Akira Toriyama getting to draw Dragon Ball characters in fantasy outfits. Well, the English translators make so many puns.
The English localization of modern Dragon Quest is more or less like you basically told people, okay, make puns that you feel like you would get arrested for and put in pun jail for, but we're not going to pun. We're going to
pay you, actually.
Yeah, we're going to encourage you.
One of the villains of a Dragon Quest game is a guy from All Trades Abbey whose name is Jack. When you confront him, he transforms himself into a demon named Master of None.
Makes sense.
It wouldn't work if they ever came out and say the fact that they doubled down by making his second phase Master of None is just it's not
come on, come on.
I'm gonna need this one.
Jack of all trades, Master of none.
Oh my god. This feels like how it took me until I was 23 to realize the deal with Phoenix Downs, despite being a person who puns recklessly.
A real Phoenix Down moment.
So, Morgan, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Do you know Tails' real name?
Yes, I only learned that in the last 2 years.
Okay.
Well, that's fair because
I knew
it
the
took
full
me.
name, but I never put it together as.
No,
the
that
joke.
is a very common thing to have happen.
No, I was in.
That
my
happens
mid-20s.
to everyone.
Okay, here's the thing. I was in my mid-20s until I had that happen because I always heard it as Miles Prowler.
Same. But
See,
no,
it took me until I was 16 because I'd never seen it without the word Tails inserted between them two.
Mm-hmm.
And
I've never even thought about cars.
About what?
I've never thought about cars.
I understand
That's
the
good.
through
Those
line.
movies aren't great.
No, it's the miles per hour. But
Yeah.
void of the context through line, then it's just a beautiful statement to just have come up with. I've never thought about cars.
Cars have no power over me.
I mean, it's a bad movie series. You shouldn't think about it.
Thought of cars and died.
Saw a bee and passed away.
Whoa, cool auto wheel.
Fuck. Me getting puns or not is both strongly dependent on have I seen it written and how is it said out loud, because
Yes.
it was
Yeah,
a
the
recurring thing for me.
The Master of None one, they leave the first half of that for you to pick up on your own. He's just a guy named Jack in a
From All
place
Trades.
named All Trades.
Oh, well, that one's fairly simple, yeah. But when I was in primary and secondary school, I was the one person who didn't know what Updog was.
Oh no!
Oh no!
I'm sorry.
Prestigious.
Oh
People would say, "What's up, dog?" And I'd be like, "I don't know. What is up, dog?" Like, I don't know what that is. And because of the way I would stagger it to try and pass what was going on, it took a teacher eventually
Because
telling
they
me
thought
out
you
of
got
pity
it. Oh god.
when I was like 17 to be like, it's okay. I can make this stop for you. This is a joke.
What is?
It was the underwear
What
one.
is up, dog? I had like at one point a sketchbook full of like, is this just literally? I at one point had a page full of sketchbooks, and I was like, is this up, dog?
I'm just imagining like cryptid drawings of a drop bear, but like a
I
dog.
did not understand. Legitimately, just draw over up, dog.
You know, the only way this could possibly be funnier to me is if it was the Henway one.
Look, okay, look. I
Morse.
still don't know that one, alright?
Oh,
I've
it's
been too
exactly the
sketched
same.
up.
It's exactly the same joke. It's just someone starts talking about a Henway, and waits for someone to ask what's a Henway, and the answer is about 5 pounds.
Fuck!
Yeah.
It's just the same joke, except it's not up dog.
There's another one involving the word underwear in America that got me for a couple of years when I was younger. So, I feel this feeling.
Faris just slowly puts a hand on Kryle's shoulder and says, "What's up, dog?"
And then, of course, there is the question of what's a Grecian urn.
Depends on their job.
Yep.
And the point to apply here that we might see demonstrated in the remaining runs as they go into their respective endgames. There are multiple variations on the ending cutscene, depending on who is conscious at the end of the final battle.
Wait,
Yeah.
so
I
if
wasn't-
someone gets knocked out in the final battle, did they fucking die?
Almost.
For a while, actually. Like, I wasn't sure if we were going to mention that, but...
When everyone is preparing to leave space, whoever was KO'd in the fight isn't
too
able to
weak.
find the resolve to get back out of space and is left behind. Until this moment, when at this, meeting at the arch tree to mourn those who have passed,
What, the
they
tree
get
brings
promptly
them back?
thrown back out of the abyss.
The dads of life
Having been
basically
told,
chuck them
no,
out.
no,
You aren't,
you aren't
done
done
yet.
yet.
Get
Get
back
out
down
of
there.
here. Space is for dads, you are all children.
Yeah, but like the pacing
Get off
changes,
of our lawn.
so like instead of how Ferris gets the check-in where she changes back into the pirate outfit and goes, that's not there, and a memorial flashback is inserted with Gallows at the tree. So you think that it's just reflecting
God
on
damn.
Ferris is fucking dead. And then Ferris just gets vomited out of space because the space dads were like, "You're supposed to be alive. Get down there. We're helping you."
I'm just amazed they had the audacity to do that.
Yeah, no, it's actually my favorite part of the ending. Because it will flat out let you believe that there is an ending to this RPG that involves everyone but Kryle being fucking dead.
That's replay value.
What happens if Kryle doesn't make it out of that fight?
Then someone else is the
Yeah.
focal point of the epilogue.
It has a priority order.
Okay.
God, that's...
It's actually pretty complicated for a SNES game.
That's a very
That's
complicated
right.
decision tree, yes.
It happens only at the end, so that's why it's possible,
Bird
because
up.
then they never have to hold that.
Yeah,
It's pretty smart.
that's incredible.
Yeah, I am very impressed
Also,
by
this is
So,
that.
one of
Only these?
one of those is Boko.
Yeah.
The other two are Boko's maybe at most year old.
Yeah,
I mean,
adolescent
actually, one of the-
birds.
One of them might be
T-birds.
Boko's wife.
No, they or at least Bart specifically says that hens are not for riding.
Ah.
So at very least in
Presumably.
whatever bird riding and ranging culture he practices, that's just not a thing to
Okay.
do.
Whether it is cultural or load-bearing.
Or some
is
sort
all
of
the same.
fact of birdology in this world.
But the important thing is that's Boko and Boko's 2 infant sons.
Or all three of them are Boko's kids, because there are 3 kids.
Or, yeah, Boko might be at home while they take the kids out. For
Also-
adventure.
Someone brought up in chat that I did not remember. Even if Kryl is alive, if Bartz is the only one dead, Lena is the perspective character, because Lena and Bartz have a connection like that.
Okay.
Someone who's been playing and reading FF11 a lot recently, Chocobos take a month to grow up. You put that back in the box! You don't make me think about that again! You will not take me back to Bird Hill! Online edition!
Bird hell on.
Well, if we go to my FF tactics, then Chocobo
Well,
are also
bird-
just kind of a pest bird that will take
Yeah,
up
they just
all
show
available
up.
Well, I mean,
space.
if we're
so
going,
once you're
if we're
actively...
going by 11, birds take a month to grow up and then become a time traveling saleswoman for some random shop.
That's
God, I
thir-
wasn't
That's
sure which
13.
one we were
That's
talking
13.
that's
about.
13, that's
Oh,
not 11. 11's the
okay.
MMO.
Okay.
Don't put that on. Don't put
The
that
bad
on 11. It doesn't
MMO.
deserve that.
All
soon.
right.
11
So-
deserves a lot, it doesn't deserve that character design.
But 13 did do that.
Someone tried to defend that design to my face one time, and no.
Did you punch
Why?
that face?
Why
Like,
would
you were
someone
also
do
bad.
that? Why would someone defend that?
I don't know.
Also, I don't know
Meanwhile-
why, but the statement of the idea of the chocobo as an invasive species and Evilise and things like that makes me immediately go back to the Amano skin bird, but only for those.
Yeah.
Like, the invasive chocobo is the skin moa.
See, okay, that's good, but I prefer it the other way around, where the standard is the skin mower, and then,
And then the
ones with
cute,
feathers.
like, the
Show
cute
off.
giant canary is the invasive one.
See, this,
Well,
this
we
weird
do
mutant
know that
chocobo
we do
with
know-
feathers, people think that they're cute and keep bringing them indoors and protecting them from things.
So it's a growth stage?
Well, either
the-
that or this is like a different variant of chocobo, and you know what feathers have? They've got mites.
Yep.
They bring like a terrible fucking chocobo
Well, I mean-
slaying mite into the country.
We do know that, according to FF14, chocobos evolved in the same vicinity as sentient ants.
That makes sense.
That is, yeah. Horsebird Forest is the same place as the Nat in the path.
And also those fucking horrible bears.
What, you don't like the
You want
bears?
the incredibly shredded bears are upsetting you? Me to show you the vacuum-packed sealed tigers with their muscles painted on?
Now, I've seen those too, and neither of them are quite as horrifying as the alligators, whose mouths split open to reveal a secondary face inside.
Those things rule!
Those are amazing. I won't stand for this slander.
Those things are
They're
friends.
amazing, but they're also horrifying.
They have
they're
enough
both.
fur that you could absolutely try, and if not domesticate, then, like, still pen in and try and shave the double gator. Because I know that fur is useful for something. Look at all of it!
Ah, yes, this is our gator wool farm, where we farm the gator wool.
Just to be able to say those words, wouldn't you do that?
And it's so close, just like want to slightly edit the saturation of the goat head to trans-flag chimera.
Ooh, damn! Yeah, actually, strong.
Yeah, if the goat head was slightly differently colored.
Yeah, no, that
Sprite
fuck,
sheets are out
damn.
there.
I could do that. Thank you for this information.
Yeah, the trans rights chimera will live.
God, I
Also,
love King Behemoth.
Belatedly, yeah, Evilise is where the red chocobos are from, so yeah, no wonder there would be a horrible invasive nightmare pest species, because they have meteor!
Yes, this breed of chocobo has evolved the ability to call down death orbs from space.
How and why? Fuck you and fuck you, respectively.
How is that a fucking... I'm trying to think of what possible situations, like, if evolution was a thing in the setting, could lead to...
Choco Meteor is exact. Okay, here's your answer. In this setting, Choco Meteor is a wizard got a bad idea and gave a bird a lineage that would let them cast Meteor.
Bird up.
No, see, the reason that the chocobos evolved to be able to call down meteors is because they live in the same universe as the fucking Lucavi.
Good point, actually.
Sometimes a bird has to deal with a giant space demon.
You know what? Fair enough.
Alright, what if the red chocobo picked up Magicite?
Everyone would die.
That's what Genova actually came from.
Okay, so now we are fighting
Necrophobe. Once again.
Necrophobe again. No, we're not. We're fighting a dragon, Avis.
Gotta get levels.
I was going to ask questions about how that's going to go, but it can wait.
I'm sure it'll go eventually.
Well, how that'll go is just the closing phase of the fight takes a bit longer, and then he falls down.
Ah.
There's no additional cutscene to be had beyond... death! The thing I was avoiding! Like, I don't even recall if he has any lines to go with that. If only I'd had more barriers!
Bullets! My one weakness! How did you know?
Yeah,
I want regret.
Oh no, my one great foe, mortality!
So, like, the one with Greg, it's kind of in the air on if Necrophobe actually perished, if I remember correctly. Just
They-
kind of gets tackled into the void.
Yeah. He
Yeah,
gets-
he may have just flown off into space forever.
Maybe he becomes friends with Gilgamesh at
Maybe
the
he-
time that they are propelled endlessly.
Necrophobe
Maybe
has
not.
yet to reappear as a character in any crossover material, so who
Including-
knows?
Yeah, including 14, which has every single other Void boss in the entire game somewhere in the game now. Necrophobe's not shown up.
Clearly, Necrophobe will be on the moon.
You keep sending me notifications, but you keep
I went
Think
to the
about the
one place that
possibilities
can't find
for-
me. The moon! Wait, what do you
Yeah,
mean you have
Necrophobe
Reapers?
hanging out with Fusoya would be kinda boss.
The possibilities for Necrophobe as an FF14 raid of, okay, so like the regular mode, he puts out the barriers. Now you have to split up and fight the barriers, and then Savage mode, where multi-ball!
Or, wait, you know, they haven't
Infinite
released...
barriers!
You know what they haven't released yet? Which you know that they were planning on doing before COVID hit. They were going to do a Gilgamesh plotline.
Yeah, they were gonna do a
With
Shadowbring
Hildebrand.
of Gilgamesh.
That hasn't been released yet.
Yeah, like they...
And that's the one where Gilgamesh goes through the void.
Gilgamesh
Yeah, like-
goes to space.
at the end of like spoilers, but at the end of the Stormblood Gilgamesh plotline, he goes into a void portal again, and that was going to be the lead into that's how he ends up in the Shadowbringers
Goes to
plotline.
space.
He just portals through. But then they only were able to leave a little reference in because COVID meant that they had to cut unnecessary stuff. But they have said that they do plan to do more with Hildebrand. So who knows? Maybe Necrophobe will show up in the Gilgamesh quests.
I strategically turned off my ears.
Yeah.
Remember, that's a button I can press.
Excellent. You're fine.
The future.
Also, I don't think Necrophobe is going to show up in Pandemonium because I'm doing a called shot that Pandemonium is going to be the Four Fiends.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Moon stuff is going to be hardcore 4 references.
The very little that they have mentioned of Pandemonium, of it being like, I think it's specifically La Habrea. Maybe
Every
not.
character will have a secret sibling from the moon. All of them.
Oh, is Pandemonium the one that has the 12 fights, or is it? I thought that was the 24 man was going to be Pandemonium. Okay. Well, my thought process is like La Habrea being being in 2.0, the one who was like, you should summon a demon about it. Oh, weird. And then the elemental, tempering and things like that. That would be where you would put the Four Fiends, I would think, is the idea of him and his old research notes and his original bad ideas. Right, of course! I forgot that was the myth.
He's the one that's still in the piece of white magicite, or white auracite, isn't he?
No, I think he got blasted.
Okay.
Yeah, he got blasted in that iconic cutscene in which everybody yells slightly out of sequence at audio levels. That I told my friend Lauren as they started playing the game was like some of the best voice acting I've ever heard in a video game.
Oh. Yeah,
I was right.
No, La Habrea is super dead because, as I remember, he gets got by the Pope.
Look, I have a lot of trouble remembering that far back in the storyline.
Fair enough. I think you might be thinking of Nabriales, who also is super dead. He just got put in the white magicite and then blasted. There are a lot of dead.
I don't mind about him overly much about that stuff because I cannot overstate how uninvested I am in the Asians.
That's
the one who showed up at the Waking Sands and threw you into the void, and then you blew up, and then killed Bone Brita, which is still a fucking crime.
Yeah.
Right, I only remember them for killing Bone Brita.
But yeah, the Asians don't make much of an impression.
An antagonist.
There's exactly one Asian that has better writing, and that's a while from now for you.
Yeah. Otherwise, the Asians are just kind of an undifferentiated mass of sinister laughter.
They are Kingdom Hearts villains. They are there to make the plot move.
The only other impression I remember having of them is like flashing back to high school and my Kingdom Hearts like a friend showing me their sketchbooks full of anime guys sat on very tall chairs.
Yes.
That is every
that
is every single Asian up until a very specific one, where they actually stop and go, let's give this one character, like, at all.
Yeah, let's make you care about this one.
Is he a playful, conniving schemester who is likable but associate? Is he one of those drama kids?
You have no idea how much on Earth I want to be able to say more, but Theater Kid is the embodiment of the idea, yes.
Yeah, that's about the only way to take that ball.
Yep.
But
I'm glad people like
I
14.
think the writers also understand that no one gives a shit about the Asians.
Yeah. Recent writing has very much kind of leaned in on that.
I mean, that is the only character trait that we have for Fandaniel is, now that all the olds are dead, I'm just gonna do stuff.
I'm just gonna be a fucking clown wizard that is indistinguishable from the motives of all the olds. Got him!
So they made a Kefka.
Yes.
Alright.
None of you know who I am, because I'm some kind of space intern.
I don't actually.
I've just been rustling papers for the last 10,000 years, but now my manager's
I
dead.
don't honestly understand what I was recruited to, but it was dumb.
I never paid attention to any of the lectures. Someone explain the lore to me, or don't. I don't care.
I simultaneously really do not like.
I found a dragon on the moon.
I actually enjoy Fandaniel just for how
just having
little
fun out there.
he gives.
Yeah, like, Fandaniel is in the superposition of I really don't like you, but I also adore what space you are in the narrative, because you are there as an explanation of there was the old Asians, and then there's all the ones who have been doing cosmic grunt work and not explained to anything for thousands of years, and now they're just kind of sitting there going, now what? And one decides to go, fuck it, supervillain!
Yeah, he's just like, you know what? Xenos, you're cool by me. I work for you now.
Xenos is like, were you again?
Yeah.
I don't
Exactly.
care.
Are you different than the last guy who was wearing that face? Because I honestly cannot tell.
Don't answer that, I don't actually care.
Yeah.
One of, like, the only things about the new content I'm familiar with, and because, like, Chip gave me various updates, he was running through, and knowing that I would forget most of them. But there is one thing just like drilled into my brain of Thancred saying the words more annoying than La Hebrea, and I've got no context for that.
I know what that is talking
specific
about.
phrasing is
I know.
drilled into my brain and fills me with dread anticipation.
It's it's a very apropos statement out of his mouth.
It was either more annoying than La Hebrea or preferred to La. I don't remember.
Yeah.
Thancred is just done with all of this shit.
Thancred is an extremely tired, this extremely tired foster father by the current content.
Yeah.
Really kind of bad
gone...
at being one.
He's not a good dad, but he tried.
He was a really kind of terrible father, but spends most of Shadowbringers going, you know what, I fucked this up. I let my traumas cross the streams. I shouldn't have done that.
Back to Dragon Avis.
You never leave Dragon Avis.
10,000 babes.
Sorry for not managing to catch the whole thing there before meeting. In case that blew out anybody's ears.
I didn't hear much of it, so...
Ah, you're good.
Yeah, Thancred to me, even in the A Realm Reborn content, always had the vibe to me of this guy is trying way too hard and absolutely has something real fucked up walled up in the core of him.
Yes. I don't remember how much
expansions.
I don't remember how much detail they go into by the time you stopped, because I genuinely don't remember when they talk about Minphilius.
I know vaguely of it, but
pretty much the only one of the Scions who does not have some form of horrible broken baggage at this point is Y'shtola.
She
has baggage still, but it's not as broken.
Like her recent thing, where I was at, she had been blinded in that entirely
yes.
circumstance that also saved Thancred.
Yeah, she's still doing better than everyone else.
She has better coping mechanisms, is what I think you're looking for.
It's one of those where it's rad that there are now 2 main disabled NPCs, but I am personally really annoyed at the way that happened when it could have gone down any other way.
Yeah, there's much later eventually whenever there is more I could talk about on that subject.
Do they ever address that again, or do they just let her hold that?
Sort of.
So they let her hold it.
Well,
what do you mean address? What do you mean address?
Yes.
Address what?
Do they talk about it further, or
Y'shtola
talk about what?
Specifically,
that
what
she
are we
blind,
looking at?
or that she may have been a bit hasty in deciding to do danger teleport? What aspect of this are you trying to discuss?
I guess.
Her blindness is addressed further.
Her blindness is
actually
actually
she not be in a task force or in an active
She's a
combat?
wizard. She's fine.
So, 2 things.
She adapts. She's a wizard. She's an extremely powerful wizard.
She's still able to perceive. It is in a manner that is long-term detrimental to her health, and she is willing to make that trade. And number 2, in terms of the hastiness, that is brought up a little bit, and it is tied into the complaint I have a little bit later. I'm not going to discuss it, because that's actually flat out rather large spoilers.
Okay.
But there is also one moment where there's a moment or two where it feels like the writers just kind of forgot that she has a secondary ability to perceive what it is not visual. Because there's one moment where she touch reads, but still reads an inscription on a wall that she should not be able to understand or see. And it's just a moment of hang on.
Okay, now, hold on. When you say inscription on a wall, is it an inscription on a wall? Because,
it is a stone wall that has words carved on it.
Well, of course she can read that! What do you think Braille is?
She reads it without touching it, is more the...
Yeah, she does. She touches it in one part of the scene and then doesn't do it for another section of wall later.
It's the animators cutting corners.
Yeah.
It's just one of those weirder moments. It's like, it's not me having a big axe to grind on that one. It's just more scripting got thrown off.
You could stare longingly over at the other world where she's depicted as like crawling over the entire surface of some grand mural in order to touch all the words. just Spider-Manning all over it.
Honestly, like maybe, I don't know.
Also,
And I will say, in fairness, those particular ruins could easily have had Aether flowing through the walls.
that was what I was thinking at the time, is that particular area is like blasting with magic, so she would just have Aether Sense be able to see it.
One
Also-
of the things that makes games won't be cowards and will just give me like a straight up like standard blind character, and then I can have my grandma in my party.
Speaking of grandma, a positive thing is that her relationship, like, and internalized, contextualized thoughts about Matoya continue to be brought up. Like, that's not just a thing they leave in Heavensward, and it remains fantastic every time they talk about it.
Oh, yeah, those two are great. And I really enjoyed cleaning out Grandma's garage. That was fun.
Look, don't roast me for how I say Aether. It's an accent thing.
Yeah. And honestly, it is one of those
Both
things where,
pronunciations are legally valid.
also, it is one of those words that I will actually pronounce both ways, depending on how my brain is shifting that moment.
I'm aware that they do more with Banquet. Only because I've seen the images of man with gun sword.
Yeah, Thancred plays a major role in the story, and his issues take up a large part of it.
Hell yeah.
I had always just assumed you needed to walk around to the front of these trees, but you can walk behind them. Neat.
Interesting. And yeah, I would say by the content that by 5.3, I haven't finished up all 4 or 5 yet. I would say all of the Scions have genuinely just good writing, a couple of words here and there, but by that point it is good. It is a bit rough getting there on occasion.
I'm just glad that at this point the game takes as much time as I do to dunk on Urianger.
Good.
Urianger is so bullied!
Corey, I cannot fucking stand him. Like, big, I hope someone kills you thoughts towards Urianger currently. I'm aware he gets better. He's gonna have to fucking earn it.
He does his best, but also at the same time, everyone around him and the universe bully him, and it is correct to do so, because he still has a lot of work to do.
And also, he's still the man who learned to walk on water so he would never have to learn to swim. That is the kind of man he is.
And then he slips his concentration and falls in the water and starts drowning because he can't swim.
Yep. What if he slips? He fucking drowns! This happens several times!
Yeah, like, this is not a one-off scene. This is multiple times across multiple expansions he does this, and has to get dragged out of the goddamn water as the signs are going, learn to swim. And he's like, no.
Now I'm thinking about it though, like, I have sometimes got, like, minor issues with how Final Fantasy 14 deals with disability, and but there are moments that are really good and showed that people gave a shit. They didn't know, oh hey, it's Gilgamesh.
I like it if we got off this topic. I'm kind of afraid of talking about it.
It is Gamesh.
Oh, I was just gonna mention the stuff I like. But
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna drop it in.
He's no beast.
Zounds!
Why didn't you say so?
You know, Zounds has one of the funniest etymologies of any exclamation. See, Zounds is a shortening of the epithet God's wounds.
Yeah, a lot of weird mint oaths are references to the old medieval curses by God's body parts.
That's incredible.
This is also why the localization went with Thal's balls, because that's actually pretty accurate to a lot of old theological cursing.
People get a lot of mileage out of naming parts specifically around what they will make Gil say in this scene. Tis no beast.
Menards, what are you doing here?
God, I love Gilgamesh. I love just how no affection.
It probably was originally Zunes, but then it got written down, and people have started pronouncing it the way it looks. So
Also-
now Zounds is also acceptable.
I adore Gilgamesh so deeply, in every way.
He is a friend.
But yeah, is it alright, Son, if I just talk about the stuff I like?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so this is the Final Fantasy 14 that I really enjoyed. That one quest where you go back to Rauban after the incident, and it shows that he's undergoing physical therapy and still needs care for his injury, and you could bring him like a pain-relieving unguent.
And
That
it,
made my whole like month. I was over the moon ecstatic about that.
that goes on for a little while as well. That's not dropped.
Yeah, I was really excited about that. And the second one is just really small and kind of subtle, but in Ishgard, that when you know the kind of busted up stairway that you come up through,
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
there is one NPC who doesn't have a character or a name or any lines, but who just walks very slowly up the stairs and uses his sword as a cane.
That's
and like
cool.
that's his cloak.
Yeah,
That's not used anywhere else.
I can see the exact NPC. This is like during the Dragon Song War. It's one of the wounded veterans uses that staircase. And yeah, that's a completely custom animation.
And it's just there. It's just there as a quiet human touch, and I adore it. I will always just stop and watch and appreciate that somebody put in the effort on that front. That's it though. I can't think of anything else off the top of my head. No, I tell a lie. Where I got to in Stormblood, I saw the field hospital.
Oh yeah.
I loved the field hospital. I spent like 45 minutes in there doing a thread on Twitter about the visual design of the field hospital and all of the different elements going on in there, because they actually stocked it with various medical supplies and had set up the thing in such a way as to like minimize infection and stuff. I was just like,
Yeah, I remember that thread and pointing out how good it is. And yeah, that set piece gets used like for like the cold shots you had.
It goes well. There's a lot of things that are making me excited for the future of that.
Yeah, if I had to sum it up, it would be one of the cases where the team's got the spirit, even if they don't have the knowledge or the follow through, and occasionally do shove the foot in the mouth.
Yeah. They're a little
So we're not
confused, but
going
they got
that
the spirit.
Yeah. Then vacation make louder, but whatever. That's another
Morgan
conversation.
slamming the "I'll fucking take it" button with both hands.
Yep.
This is the team that most needs to spend a while doing their taxes in the form of
Grind.
violence against void ninjas. Team currently furthest from go mode.
Oh yeah, there should absolutely be more beds in the field hospital, but also it's
That's a concession
Every
to
location in 14 is smaller than it should be.
yeah, like
Yeah.
that is a pure concession to if this was to real scale of the operation involved, this would be 5 or 6 times the area, and it would be all
Also-
unused.
implies that they flat out do not have enough beds for resource
Yeah.
reasons.
Which very much is narratively correct. They don't. And you threatened me with a 300 gigabyte download for a field hospital to wander through, and I'd take it.
Yeah. That one barrel, but it's like just a suture kit.
Oh god, every single thread of the suturing kit is modeled on the inside.
Yeah.
Every NPC that's had stitching has already got the stitches woven into their model.
Look, we'll just pass it all off to the physics engine.
The
Look, it's where we put all the textures we took off of the rock.
Cult of the Smooth Rock will remain one of my favorite MMO stories.
Yeah.
There
Okay,
was
so-
a very brief time where a patch broke the texturing on a specific rock in, I think it was the Shroud? It was the Shroud, or like...
Yeah, I believe it was somewhere in the ass end of the shroud.
Yeah, this ass end of nowhere rock in the middle of the woods broke and did not have texturing, so it had like the smooth effect going on where it was all distorted and stretched out. And in like the couple of days it took for a hotfix to fix that and some other bugs after a major patch, there was a cult of people, like the cult of the smooth rock showed up on like a bunch of different servers of people just hanging out by the rock with bugs and textures and just goofing around and roleplaying.
They should have kept that. That's so fun.
That's yeah, no, I really feel like that they should have just like canonized like the Guru wall or something. Just have the smooth rock and then put in an NPC staring at it going, does anybody else see the smooth rock?
Yeah.
Oddly smooth stone. Well, doing
With these 4 wait a minute, what? Yeah, a properly kitted team makes Necrophobe a complete joke.
Krill should not be brandishing the whip at the barriers. Hold on.
That's a bit of, yeah,
That's allowing the barriers to work as intended. We don't permit that. Krill can be item mule or a bed. Krill can fix that.
yeah.
that could be a problem.
I just
yeah.
love the idea of like Bart's striking the start of a dancing pose, and you just kind of flick your hand, and the flare blows him up. The barrier's just like seeing this one.
thought of another one. Just Justinian's whole deal.
Yeah. There's so much to go into with him.
Needed therapy. Kinda got therapy.
Like, I look for physical disability representation a lot, but I can't really talk about rep I liked in Final Fantasy XIV without just holding up a lovingly polished, shining placard that says one of the best treatments of PTSD I've seen in video games. For just so many characters.
So much of the story past Heaven's Word.
Including the Warrior of Light.
Yeah, it starts as pretty loud subtext, then becomes text, and then becomes text with a fucking bang.
Like, I wondered if they were gonna go into it after the deal with the Sultana, and then during the dinner with Aymeric, where
Yep.
the butler presents the flask, and they just take a tiny second to show you just looking out the corner of your eye, just watching, tracking it over, making sure it's like
There's
I
this.
know a lot of people laugh at that, and rightly so. It's a funny moment, but it's also one of the first moments where they actually dedicate some resources to showing that your character is kind of fucked up by them.
That is, I think, the first mainline quest that is not a text box to show, no, you are deeply traumatized by the idea of drinking unknown substances at this point, for very good reason.
I feel like Shadowbringer spends a lot of time on the mental health of the cast.
I'm so excited.
It does,
The other one
and
I really like for that reason, and that I can never remember the name.
I have.
Tiny Kobold friend, the small child.
That guy, yeah, he recurs.
Yeah, the kid
Tell
will be
me
back.
nothing.
Okay.
Springers is pretty good about it. I have some specific complaints, but otherwise, it has a message it wants to give you, and it goes in with a bang.
My barriers!
Wait, what? No,
My barriers!
Bring
Oh, there they are.
Back.
Behold! My new move! With PS4, never defeated barriers!
My 4 original barriers that have always been here.
Behold the barriers of Theseus! Fucking. I want to give the Shuffler an award for comedic timing because it has been so consistently good across this entire series.
And my phone wants us to know that scientists have discovered a fossilized baby turtle egg.
Nice.
I nearly choked on my news. Hell yeah.
Also, I'm glad you can bribe the barriers.
The coin operated.
I also love the idea that they're like, I have a perfect reflection barrier up. Wait, what did you say you're throwing at me? That was magic. What? Money?
Bullets! My one weakness!
Maybe your barriers would be a bit more effective if they didn't have their mouths open.
Wear armor!
No, my cool bat cape's all I need. And my codpiece, and my knee pads.
Maybe put on pants? It would be harder to punch you if you were wearing pants.
Okay, but consider the reality in which Nebuchadnezzar is wearing armor, and it's just like fundamentally the world's noodliest person under there.
There's
like-
just the machinist under there.
Yeah.
necrophobe, but he's wearing cargo pants.
Barbarius. Now you need to switch back to a real gun. Like Yoichi, yeah.
It's nice that this cutscene gives you time to do that.
Yeah, cutscene.
Well, it's
Cutscenes.
ATB.
The clock is frozen during dialogues of any sort.
Oh, nice. I know what
Oh wait,
that
is this the team where Gilgamesh is not going to show up?
This is the team that will have no Gilgamesh.
This is the one that
Okay.
has to actually put in slightly more effort.
Like, I know mechanically they're blinded right now, but I really love that visually that was just, behold my true power, flat. Everyone's put on cool sunglasses.
Yep.
Everybody gets to deal with it, shades put on them, and they're like, whoa!
Except Kryle, whose deal with it shades are slightly too high. Like, I like that Kryle's glasses are on her forehead.
She propped him up so she could see.
Well, it's fine. Rapid fire is able to get around blindness, but aim can't. She has to punch faster than with no choice.
Okay, now we've worked around blind. Wait, no shit! Hit the shuffler again!
And this time only Kryle is blind.
No, Kryle and Lena.
I wonder what the order of operations is for that. For the case of someone who is put into critical health and then immediately struck, if Knight will be able to intervene.
Depends on if it goes back to the call point.
Find out. Definitely, because at this point all of Necrophobe's attacks are physical.
Yep.
So having Knight on guard, even just for one character, will be a whiff when struck. That's the move.
One of my favorite things about this background is the lines actually dropping something physical, like it's water. And that seems fairly consistent, but
Here we are.
Hi, Gilgamesh!
right, this is the one where
I love that the reaction of what Gilgamesh was the actual mood of like, right, yo, this is the timeline.
Indeed, very surprised. Hello.
Yes, you. Now procedures begin.
I still love that he just really has no idea what Ferris is like.
I didn't interact with you much.
Dude, the fuck? Says Barris.
Lena, I kind of know you a little more. A little
You
bit.
like animals, right?
I know you like animals. I overheard that part.
Look, mostly I was here for Galuf and Bartz. That's kind of who I was here for.
Distantly. Enkidu. Dude, the fuck? God, I just noticed the little arms floating in the top right.
Yep.
Got so many fucking weapons. This is such a good flight.
Yup. Goodbye. That cutscene is just timer and script. Once all dialogue has been exhausted, boom. Oh, if
And
you
now
mean for
you
him
have
to-
a save point.
if you mean for when Gil shows up, yeah, it's a threshold.
I really love that Necrophobe was spawn camping the save point.
Yep. Just squatting there, surrounded with barriers. Just, excuse me, sir. We need the campsite, sir. Sir, do you mind if we just set up? We just have a. You can use the tent after we're gone. We never take these with us for some reason.
They're disposable, one use. You can keep it.
I don't think I've commented yet on how good the Mind Flayer fashion is. Well, never mind.
We'll be back.
And you never will.
In the meantime, the precursor to Mode 7.
On the SNES, this was Mode 7.
Yeah, this was still Mode 7.
Oh right, this was a SNES. Yes. Okay, yeah, this was Mode 7. Got it.
Look at all these lovely waterways.
Land with water?
Love red
Sounds fake.
and down.
Then the fun screen at the end of the Fiesta.
In which we learn every character's main class.
Well, in which we get the review of what you had on
Everything
each character.
Everything they mastered, which in the Fiesta game is interesting in itself. You are doing complete.
There was a long, awkward silence because this was choreographed in
Yes.
case you had a much longer list of moves.
Yes, this is scripted for you have access to every class and you are doing some wild shit.
There was
This
room
list
for
might be
all
going
of
for-
the verbs to be on this list.
This might be going for a good 30 or 40 seconds if you.
Ferris,
really
why
want
didn't you
to.
just punch him? You're a knight. Ferris?
I'm going to get him. You hear that shit he said about me? I'm going to at least knock him.
Yeah.
Maybe
Not
did,
with the sword, but he's
did
got
I have her
he's got a
not
fist coming.
holding a weapon at the end?
Yes, maybe.
I don't know. It might be determined by your equipment slot, yeah. Because yeah, there is an outside scenario where you're some wild shit like a knight that's using monk unarmed. if you really want to.
Prime.
Lena gestured vaguely at Biblos.
Accurate to how this team actually handled X-Death. Throw shit at him.
Pocket sand.
Bouncing around like a Windows screensaver. Incredible.
Look at what we can do!
This is the power of Mode 7.
Still don't know what that means.
So the SNES had a feature that let them basically slide and show flat sprites at angles and transforms. Like that overhead of the landscape that was kind of isometric and looking down. That could not have been done on the on the NES, and that was a huge selling point for the SNES. Was, hey, look, we can make things sort of 3D.
That rolls.
And yeah, the feature for it was referred to as Mode 7, and
Because it was display mode 7 for backgrounds. There were
Yes.
several modes. Different levels of color depth, number of layers, and then the magic.
yeah, people in chat are pulling out the actual technical words I was fishing for. Thank you. Oof. Yeah. Mode 7 on your SNES is broken, making Mario Kart unplayable. Yeah, if you've ever seen footage of like the original SNES Mario Kart, that was basically a tech demo for Mode 7 because all of it was showing off the fancy shit they could do.
Yeah, I largely missed that generation entirely.
Yeah. I only had access to it through a friend's house, so yeah.
I had played a single GameCube game on original hardware. I have no memory of what it was because it was at a friend's house.
Stepping away a moment.
So I burst out laughing without any context earlier when I thought I was muted, and I feel like I should explain why.
If you want.
We all know Miette, right?
Yep.
Yes!
Small cat.
And the recent
One
developments.
Miette ate a lizard recently, and went
So-
to the vet with official diagnosis of ate a lizard and tripped so hard that she lost control of her body from the neck down and went temporarily blind for 36 hours, but is now fine and will go forth as someone who has seen God.
Yep.
Yeah, so anyway, there's been an update on that,
Go on.
which I got shown from the owner of Miette, Patricia Lockwood, last night, watching the next episode of Stargate. Jason, shuddering. I just don't know if I can ever go through another night like that again. Me, immediately interrupting. Jason, she's under the couch and she's got another lizard. Miette would like to go back. She's fine. Miette is fine. But...
God. Hang on. I saw an incredible... Like, there were a lot of people attempting to make jokes based off the original tweet, but there was one that I actually, like, laughed for a good 2 minutes at, of just a quote reply to that update about Miette, of someone saying, God, alright, off back down to earth with you now, Miette. Miette, Aura incandescent. You banish Miette? You cast her down from heaven like the Lucifer? Jail for God! Jail for 1,000 years! You cast her down from heaven like the Lucifer is what God means.
It's so fucking good! Holy shit! I love that cat. I love that cat so much.
Yup.
Miette, Pepito, and there's one other cat that I really enjoy. I think its name is Scrumpy? Scrumpy or Scrumbus?
Is that the, like, eyeless Sphinx cat? Or...
No, it's a different cat. I'll see if I can find the pictures later. I'm pretty sure I've had appreciation for a small cat with fantastic underbite before.
Oh, yeah. I know of at least another cat named Princess Monster Truck with that kind of underbite.
What's a Miette?
A cat on
Okay.
Twitter.
Made famous by a tweet of the owner tweeting out basically a reaction to gently nudging the cat to get it out of the way, and she just then the overly dramatic reaction a cat has to that as put in text.
Without ever mentioning that Miette was a cat, people just
And
kinda
yet
got it.
everyone knew without any clarification needed. The update was, Miette ate a lizard, tripped balls, saw God, came back, apparently tried to go back.
Good cat.
Yeah, there we go. The original was me lightly touching Miette with the side of my foot. Miette, move out the way, please, so I don't trip on you. Miette, her eyes enormous. You kick Miette? You kick her body like the football? Oh, we're jail for mother! Jail for mother for 1,000 years!
Okay, if you've ever owned a
Everybody
cat,
just know.
if you've ever
Like
owned
the
a cat in your
football?
life, you know that reaction.
Miette is also absolutely adorable.
Oh my god, she reminds me a lot of one of my cats my parents still have, but slightly different coat pattern. The picture of that they took of her, either before or after the vet, it was unclear which, but the one where her eyes are so dilated that you almost can't see her irises is a lot.
First needs to
It's-
be level 41 to not get Majestied, and that means getting a total of 283,000 XP.
Oh boy.
This team will be walking in circles.
We're here for a while.
A while.
Hello.
Yep. Oh, right, there is post game. So, yeah, actually, in the GBA, pressing a button at all in response to Thend,
Oh right, yeah.
you've
Never
now
seen
unlocked the
this.
mistake.
Oh, there's right.
That's the
This
sealed
is
temple.
the secret dungeon with the new classes behind it.
Yep.
Ah, and that content is not fun.
It's
It
there.
is. It is impossible to do in Fiesta, and outside of Fiesta, it is guess the number we're thinking of and make the build that beats it.
Meaning that now,
So do you take it out of the shuffle?
yes, somehow, if I can remember the keys to do the there we go.
Now to be thrown off in a whole different way.
Round A complete. Feels like I'd also go ahead and do something to commemorate the victory here.
Yeah. Damn, crap.
There. For one, jobs are no longer the case, and let's see, which of you is... Yeah, there we go. Victory. "12 warriors remain." Of the remaining teams, Bartz is firmly at the back of the pack for some reason.
It is a mystery.
The other two are pretty close. If the rest of Dart's fight with Necrophobe goes well, then Dart's is in the lead. If anything goes sideways with that matchup, then the fact that Carts... Well, Carts' Shinryu strat also involves shenanigans, so... Many things could happen. Berserker is running the math. Always thinking. Speaking of,
I just asked that the sunglasses vanish every time she punches.
Mm-hmm.
That's fantastic.
advanced techniques. So that's doing 2,600 per rapid fire until crits get involved.
Right, and this is now when nobody's coming to help you, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Guards goes alone. Only
Which
Monk
means
is
he
here.
will have to be punched slightly more.
Now, I'm not very good at numbers, but 10,000 seems like a lot.
It's about like
It's 4 more good
4,
attacks.
yeah.
Yeah, like there was 3 just now.
Okay.
This team is reasonably good at single target damage. Oh, you do have spells.
Necrophone can cast death?
Trust no one, not even yourself.
Look, he tried to face his fear once, and mostly he
And it
just
was
learned
awful.
to turn it on other people.
I
Yeah,
tried exposure therapy
to
once.
death.
I tried exposure therapy once and it was awful.
Now see, the mistake he made with exposure therapy with the death of other people. He's about to get it for himself, and we'll see if that helps in the next life.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton.
Yeah, there we go.
I'm not sure why he thought calling for X-Death would help. Like, it's not like X-Death was gonna come help this guy.
But the fact that he thought that X-Death would is tragic.
Yes.
Mods!
Hey, saving leopard, help me!
Is there... Can you not fight Necrophobe? Like, if you do
Yeah, this is optional. You can
No,
just
I
walk
don't
past
think
this
you
save
can.
point if you don't want it. Alright, so 72,000 gil. According to the sheets, that's 6 1,000 short of what I would need to do all of the damage only with coins. So that's fine. That's within tolerance. This team is ready to go. They will have other non-coin sources of damage. Once you account for Lamp. Right, this team can also be very cavalier about its choice of grind locations because I can teleport out. Don't have to worry about doing the entire walk back to society if I run out of items. A healthy supply of teeth that will cover expenses.
Ominous. Remembering the old something awful thread title for Craigslist, I will pay you in human teeth.
I'll make sure they have the teeth.
Yeah.
Can they provide evidence of the teeth?
Craigslist. Probably not for serial killers.
Look, I'm sure there are perfectly legitimate reasons to have enough human teeth that you can pay someone in them. Maybe it's been a family tradition to keep all of the baby teeth and you've just got, like, a vault.
Yes, because you're the fucking tooth fairy.
I mean,
Exactly!
alright, you say that, my parents still have my baby teeth.
Maybe.
Your parents are weirdos.
Yes,
I
and?
was thinking about it. This is the weird tradition that some parts of humanity have given ourselves of just like, yes, my teeth fell out, I'm going to keep them. Or otherwise, parents, my child's teeth fell out, I'm going to keep them. How did we get here?
Oh.
You know, it's a fantastic question.
It's one that I'm kind of afraid to try and find the answer to.
Do your science
I
explain
kind of
teeth?
feel like it may have originated in magical beliefs regarding what you can do to someone with parts of their body.
Yeah, that's my instinct. Don't let a wizard take your child's teeth is a pretty good rule of thumb.
Huh, so I did actually look it up, and it is not a cursed answer, and it is in fact pretty cool. And
Oh?
yours was kind of close. It comes from the Poetic Eddas.
Yeah, that makes sense.
There is a tradition called the Tooth Fee, in which that parents and adults and guardians of children would pay the children a fee when they lost their first tooth. There are various superstitions around children's teeth. They were thought to be valuable and bring good luck, and, you know, magical connection shit.
And the Norse have a tradition of
Reciprocation.
magical stuff involving your body parts, like when they, like there's an the Icelandic spell to turn someone's legs into a magical pair of pants that generate money.
There's also the shape of
Yo.
nails.
Hello, I'm looking for that. I was you guys formed into pants that generate money.
Yeah, you have
got
to.
me. You
You
got
have
more.
to. you have to take someone who dies. They have to, before they die, they have to allow you to do this.
Yeah, okay, I was gonna... Do they consent to have their legs...
They have to,
Legs
or
for
it will
gold.
not work.
Bring in your used legs. We
But
give you gold.
so once they die, you skin. They have to be assigned male at birth because they have to have a scrotum. So
wait, hold on. Why? Is that
because
specified?
the scrotum is where the money happens.
Oh, I thought so, but I wasn't gonna ask.
Cash is stored in the balls.
But so so once they're dead, you skin their legs and groin, and then you put on then you tan your new pair of pants made of legs and groin, and you do the magic, and every night gold coins will appear inside the scrotum of your necro pants. But you can never take them off. You are not allowed to ever take your necro pants off.
What happens if you do?
All the magic goes away and all your money vanishes.
That's right, it's someone else's problem now.
So you're just gonna have someone's fucking dead nuts as your wallet between your legs forever.
Yes.
Incredible.
So we call it the coin purse.
And we have at least one example that these were made, because they're in a museum in Iceland.
Just hesitant to look. Given the legs after someone at some point in history has signed off on their legs being used for this purpose.
You know, if I was living in that time and culture in Iceland and someone was like, okay, you're gonna be dead and you're not gonna be using your body, do you mind if I do something really fucking wild with your legs? I'd be like, you know what, sure.
Do you think that a wizard suggested this plan to the person, or was the person themselves the originator of the plan? Was it
Just
left
rip
in their
off-
will, a ritual, to convert Grandpa's legs?
Just rip off my legs, cock, and balls, and you will be great. Trust me. Ask no questions.
But yeah, I really love that it absolutely must be consensual.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
You can only inherit Grandpa's vast fortunes if you wear his skin.
Yeah, I'm loving this as an idea of this originating as a prank from beyond the grave.
Holy shit.
God, so I had, like, a considerable amount of my vision taken up by black spots because I was laughing so hard it's kind of squeaking. So, well done, everybody.
And I just want to note that the name of these pants is Nebrok, which literally translates to corpse breeches.
Good.
Makes sense.
Okay, don't really make me laugh for like at least 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Now you know.
Okay, good.
I laughed so hard my cat got up and came to investigate, so I'm trying to distract her with the squeak toy because there's an established thing. If I laugh too hard, she gets annoyed and pounces on me.
Now the real question is if that's what's going on with the sword dancer.
I don't like thinking about that. I mean, if you want your thaumaturge to have one specific ritual.
I mean, okay, the other thaumaturge rituals that I remember are true bread, brackets, banned, brackets, unbanned.
Mm-hmm.
That really fucked up one that involves giving a child to a dream demon,
Yeah.
and I remember nothing else.
That's because there isn't much to remember at
That's,
worth.
yeah, that's pretty much all of them in the
That
core
seems
book.
to fit in the spectrum of things established as doable. We've got your infinite renewable resource, and we've got your fucked up ritual.
And hey, guess what? Now you can do both at once.
Yeah! Fucking neck ritual.
Crypt of the Necropancer.
As you do.
Not just grave robbing.
Yeah, but with a really sick beat behind it.
Actually, if you wanted to rob a grave, pretending that you're having a rave there would be a good cover story, because then you could just, like, you know, say that digging up a corpse is a new dance that you're inventing.
There are several steps in there I think you didn't.
If you're
You know
digging up a corpse and beat to a song, it is a dance.
I was just thinking about that scene from, I think, Shawshank Redemption, where they have to dig a tunnel in time with the lightning strikes, and thinking about that, but set to Carol.
In time with a rave, yeah.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
I'm trying to figure out how badly this would play with the New Orleans Police Department.
Don't rob bones in New Orleans, that's fucked up.
Oh, people try all the time.
Where's the most ethical place to take bones from?
Okay, I feel like in terms of adjusting and making up for past wrongs, the answer is the standard English graveyard.
I was gonna say, yeah, like, where is the English military equivalent of Arlington Military Cemetery?
Yeah.
I mean,
What
a
about
lot
the-
of those, the bones get
Crimes,
taken.
but like actual
Yeah.
crimes.
Other place might be one of the, just one of the charnel houses where they just kind of stack all the bones up once they get taken out of the graves for space. Those are in Eastern Europe somewhere?
Those are still part of the religious tradition that
That's
treats
true.
the bones with respect. It's just a different way of showing it than us. Because
Yeah.
it is showing that by putting them all in the community rather than individual places.
So yeah,
that-
I think
there are
we're
very
gonna go
few-
with the graves of British royalty.
Yeah, there we go.
There are very few places that actively disrespect their dead with the burial tradition, because that's one of the most innately human things we've got. So yeah, what you're going to do is mostly basically just be like, you have a debt to pay, Britain. Where's Arlington? I have a jackhammer and I'm going to use it. I'm going to go to
That's
Westminster
fair.
Abbey
That
and
is
steal...
still not ethical, but it's the least quality.
Yes, I'm going to go to
I'm
Westminster
gonna
Abbey.
rehabilitate your skeleton.
I've been to Westminster Abbey in person. I've seen some of those sarcophagi. I'm going to crack them open and see if they're fake or not.
Actually, yeah, crack open the richest sarcophagi, and if there's something in there, just loot it, and then find the one that actually has a dead person in
I
it.
think if you are, in fact, an ancient Egyptian, this counts as legal revenge.
Look, I have this new color of paint that I want to use that has to be made out of royal corgis. The only thing that has the right pigment.
Thank you.
Look, I'm only going to take a few dozen dogs each week for the duration of the project.
God.
How many fucking dogs could it possibly be down there?
Dog oil has many uses.
No, it's like stuff thing.
Oh yeah, Exteth's dead now. I just noticed the extra nose sticking out underneath the
Yep,
protruding
the
fucking
auxiliary
body of the
nose.
wizard.
Also, someone else brings up a good point. Depending on how you spin the argument, you could probably just borrow saints' reliquaries from the Orthodox and the Catholic churches and then just kind of run off with them.
I mean,
Somehow
some
the
saints
signal
have like
does
30
market
toes,
that
so.
joke.
What paperwork would allow me to dig up a saint and make something out of its bones?
Permission from the church, mostly.
Well, you would have to get permission from the church, who would probably boot that up as far as they could. until
Like,
you were
like
arguing the Vatican.
Satan would probably have to be on Earth, and I would probably have to be saying, yes, if we make a knife out of... What's the saint? I can't think of any saints.
There's a lot of them. Martha?
There's hundreds,
Martha.
yes.
Let's go with Martha.
Which one would make the best sword?
Well, Saint Michael the Archangel, but we're not finding any
He
bones
already
of him.
has one, and he doesn't have bones.
Yeah, like
So
if
we-
you wanted, what can I get? Like a Saint of Swords? Well, Michael, but yeah, that's not working.
And most reliquaries only contain like finger bones and toes.
Fingers, teeth, a vertebra, maybe. Yeah, like the
But,
best you're gonna get out of most reliquaries is like jewelry material.
But the fun part is finding out how many toes some saints had, because the answer is a lot.
Yeah,
Made entirely of toes.
rather than have. This is one of those situations where if more than 10 people in the world will claim to have a legitimately authenticated by the church reliquary of so-and-so's toe, and the Vatican looks at that and goes, wait, shit, hang on, how many did we verify? Oh, no. And rather than saying that anybody is wrong and start that firestorm, they will just go, they had 13 toes, don't worry.
Saint Leghorse.
Yeah, like that's actually quite common.
Because basically, the Middle Ages had a thriving business of relic forgery.
Oh my god,
Yes.
like the
Relic fraud
vast
is everywhere.
majority, like the vast majority of what we would call modern relics are just forgeries that were forged so old ago that people have just accepted that, you know what, it's fake if we look into it, let's not.
I'm pretty sure there was one saint that had 3 skulls.
That sounds right. I know there's a
I mean,
that
that sounds like someone you would immediately recognize as a holy man.
Big fucking
yeah,
deal.
like you decapitate him and 3 heads come out like a fucking Mortal Kombat bug.
Now, I will say 13 toes is actually plausible. That can be.
Yeah.
Yes, 3 skulls, however. But no, the
Oh.
reason you forged relics is that it was not a crime to sell them.
Yeah, that was a specific theological loophole, was the trade and verification and sanctity and treatment of reliquaries of saint bodies wasn't really regulated at all by the Mother Church for a very long time. So people would just pass off any number of bones, a lot of them, in hindsight, not even from a human body, as, oh yeah, this is from our local saint.
Not sure why you'd forge a relic since it's a sky crime to sell them. The answer is poverty.
Yeah,
And
just
like,
hey, Scott,
you would then go sell them to the local church, or would buy them from the local church. This is not
this
a
is a
crime
two-way
to
racket.
do.
This is a two-way racket of both sides would impoverish, like, not impoverish.
Developers just can't
profit.
make culture without pretending it's beneficially fucking... Just make some cool artifacts and then
Also-
give them a story.
My counterpoint is, why would you forge a relic if a sky crime is... When has it's a sky crime really stopped a lot of people? Like, many, yes. In a lot of cases, not really. They'll just find a way around it logically by saying that it's not sky crime.
About it.
Yeah.
The
As
main
in sky-
line of conflict and serious argument that occurred over the practice is whether or not relics themselves are an act of idolatry.
Yes.
That
Whether reliquaries are permissible at all, rather than
Yeah,
caring
that
anything about
was a
gatekeeping
major argument.
reliquaries as an object.
Yeah,
It's a matter of, okay, is this a graven idol kind of category thing? Is this,
You know,
are we going a little...
we're really getting close to deifying saints. A lot of the things we do with saints seem suspiciously like we're appointing subordinate gods to our other god.
Which is, boy,
Which
that's...
is the thing we're not supposed to do according to the
That's
Slav.
pretty heretical, right?
That didn't
yes,
stop a lot
there
of
were a lot
Catholics.
of there were a lot of arguments about, is this heresy in the Middle Ages over a lot of practices.
There was a
Like,
whole lot of fighting and a lot of anti-poping and a lot of crusading against each other and a lot of
Like,
fighting. Yeah.
There was another major argument about whether or not it was okay to essentially become a total ascetic and make a show of your own suffering in order to be more Christ-like.
Right,
Basically-
yeah, I'm aware of that because I've been doing some reading recently about how those lines of thought eventually led to people being able to sneak their own religions in underneath when it was supposed to be banned. They could just kind of slip it on in that way. And
Yeah.
Oh yeah, syncretism via sainthood was an extremely common way for indigenous civilizations to maintain their religious traditions. They would just go, "Oh yeah, no, that's Mary the Virgin, and you know that one's over there, Saint Michael." What's with all the weird imagery that we don't recognize? Don't worry about it.
Don't ask questions.
But yeah, Catholicism was a very large umbrella for a very long time.
And honestly, part of the reason they didn't completely tamp down on the idea of like quasi-deifying saints was it was useful. It was really useful as a conversion tool. Like, they weren't completely unaware that people were just kind of switching, like, find, replace, you know, name of protective spirit, god, etc. here with saint.
I mean,
They
some
would
The
of the
go-
response
Jesuits,
is close enough.
They would go,
Yes.
good enough for now. We'll go
yeah, a
back
lot
to
of
that
the
later.
Jesuits would actively encourage that because, okay, sure, we got our foot in the door now.
Yeah, the Jesuits would just be like, cool, we know you haven't actually changed any of your beliefs. We'll be back in about 200 years when you're more amenable to this.
Or within the perspective is being earnestly operated on by the people doing this, perhaps thinking like, maybe you were following the same ideas all along and just didn't have our names for them. So we're going
Yes.
to recognize these traditions as being under the umbrella.
That was a lot of Ethiopian Christianity had that.
Basically, same
Because
hat.
there's
Whatever.
a lot of the question invited by, alright, we're saying that our doctrine is something that's universal and for all people, except we know it started in a specific place and time and has needed time to spread from there. Which is kind of unfair to people who are very far away from
And isolated from
the start
everyone
location,
else.
who might never hear of this book. Ever.
Yeah, you want some hardcore theological arguments over
Yeah,
the
there
past
was-
2,000 years. It's that.
There was a lot of thought and words spent on, okay, how do we, what is the way to broach this topic with people who have never heard about it?
Mind Flayer faction.
yes, okay, we can
Yes.
get back to that.
Behold the wizard.
Yeah.
Yeah, their
So-
tiger print robes are pretty good.
No, okay, so what's going on here is we've got a undercloak, and then we have, like, at least either a vest with a popped collar, or, like, another robe that probably ends at the waist, and then over that, we have a jacket, and it's just, layers. They came prepared for the void. I appreciate them.
Okay, so to conduct this fight, two people are switching from sandals down to reflect rings. And I need to use not the Excalibur, so I guess Enhancer is your weapon now. Pick and Knife is still in play, and I guess Thief Knife can stay here? Sure. You're probably going to be throwing Phoenix down more often than other things. So, yeah, set up. I have the bird ready, I have the mammon ready. Parts and Ferris will go first because they are fast. Hopefully. Sandals. Let's go.
Okay.
Yeah, so police. Shin is now blinded. Okay, good. Got it in one. Shin is now berserk.
All right,
Fight proceeds. Fight's on.
it's time. It is time for rocket tag.
Is that the thing that the game will believe? put Shinryu in the gourd.
We
Unfortunately,
cannot catch
bosses cannot be stuffed in the gourd.
Ah, teeth. Divine teeth.
Yeah. Incredibly prestigious teeth. Now that is worthy of being a relic.
Yep.
You know that's the good relic material, because now this is a being made of infinitely many teeth.
Renewable resource teeth.
I mean, yeah, since this is a fight in a box, you are allowed to escape from it. Which means you can, if you are feeling extremely daring, start this fight, steal from Shinryu, and then run away. And then start the fight again. And repeatedly steal from Shinryu.
Open the box, pop the dragon on the snoot, take a tooth, leave, repeat.
Just sticks its nose out of the box and just, fuck you want now. Ah! Damn it!
Fire big sword! Well done, crew. Alright, so now I want to walk back out of here and grab two Dave Zavises to load up for the final battle.
Gonna throw some dragons at X-Death.
Yes. Yeah, so the rare steal off of Shinryu is a Dragon Whisker,
And that is
Me?
the easier of the
a
two
whip
weapons.
that deals 8x damage to dragons.
Oh, that's a lot of fun. Wow.
So it is also that you keep showing up and swiping at Shinryu's face and mostly getting teeth,
Trying to grab a whisker, but
but
mostly
trying
just getting
to
mouth.
steal the beard.
Please don't bully Shinryu.
He just keeps chomping so much that you're trying to grab a little bit of whisker on the side, and you just keep getting your hands caught in the mouth.
Nope, all teeth.
Also, brief appreciation for Belphegor, because I don't think I've seen that one before, or if I have, it didn't make much of an impact, but that was a good sprite.
Yeah, the gargoyle recolor here in
Yeah.
gold.
Yeah. Gold
And
gargoyle.
Belphegor is a notable demon name because, well, it is not portrayed that way here. Traditionally, the goetic demon Belphegor is portrayed as sitting on a toilet constantly.
Oh! Belphegor's the poop
Is
demon!
Yes.
this the toilet? Oh, the one that you need a fucking support note for?
No, this one is a medieval Christian one. He,
Oh,
he is
okay.
sitting
Yeah.
on the toilet, shitting into it.
Yeah,
constantly.
that's from the Lesser Key of Solomon, and
Right.
its artwork. Hang on.
It's fine, I don't need to see the image of the
No,
shit.
I'm
I
not
can
getting
just
it. I'm
picture
looking
it
at
in
what
my
he's
head.
supposed to do. Helps people make discoveries and makes suggests them ingenious inventions that will make them rich.
Do
He's
your
the,
rolls
he's the
on the
demon of
toilet,
ideas you
you'll
have on the
notice.
can.
You do your gotcha rolls while on the can.
Shit. One of the few demons of the
Thanks,
Ars Goetia given proper tribute in the modern day. And otherwise is associated with the sin of sloth, is the name for a death metal band, because of course.
Every goetic demon is the name of a death metal band except FFour.
Oh, opportunity awaits.
What does Furfur do?
He's just a goetic demon with a shitty name.
That's
Yeah, I
a
think
great
more-
name.
I think Morse was just pulling for the least death metal sounding name.
Yeah.
Is there a death metal furry band?
Almost certainly.
Death metal.
I mean, does
It
Party
feels like a
Cannon count?
potentially haunted
I think
research
Party
topic,
Cannon
but-
counts.
Alright, I want to say that Google is very smart because its auto-suggestions are telling me to look up a Gritsuko.
But
So, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, okay.
But
I'll take
I'm pretty sure that Party Cannon counts. Because Party
looks
Cannon
like
is the My Little Pony death metal band.
incredible.
looks like not very major ones that go with the furry subgenre as their primary header from what I'm looking around, but there's a couple that are associated.
And Party Cannon also notable for having a logo that really stands out when you put it on a poster with a bunch of other metal logos.
That is how I know of Party Cannon's existence, is a band venue poster of... So it's like a probably like a 36 to 40 band spread of names, and like 39 of them are the standard death metal way of doing your album name and your band name, where it's
barely
all
readable
like
scribbles, yeah.
like all scratches and
Yeah.
cursive and cobwebs, and then Party Cannon steals the Toys R Us font.
Good.
Hang on, I gotta see if I can find that specific image, because it is like an eye magnet. Yep, there we go.
The only medieval Christianity theology debate I know anything about, really, is the cannibal baby.
Oh, that's a whole fun rabbit hole if we want to go
Yeah.
down that one.
I just wanted to observe the cannibal babies for a second because I can't remember the specifics, but I know it was a lot.
One of my favorite medieval theological things was a letter sent, but a conversation in letters between a priest and the Pope over India and whether or not cynocephali had souls and could be proselytized to.
Oh,
I-
Which-
okay, yeah, please.
Okay, so
Wait, okay, first off, can we define... I'm not familiar with that
a
name.
cynocephalus is a mythical creature that supposedly lived in India, which is a dog-headed person.
A
And-
furry. Is a furry.
Yeah. Yes, it is a dog furry. And
Okay.
so this priest sends a letter to the Pope asking, so I'm planning to head to India to spread the faith. If I find a cynocephalus, do they have souls? And can their souls be saved? And the Pope's reply.
Imagine getting that letter.
Yeah!
Dear
the
Vatican,
Pope's reply
1, is
is very
Sasquatch
tired.
real? 2,
Yeah.
may I talk to Sasquatch?
The Pope's reply is somewhat exasperated. Pretty sure they don't exist, but if you find one, yes, it's a person and can become a Christian.
Bizarrely progressive stance, okay.
And this letter is important because it is the precedent that the modern church uses to talk about aliens. If
Yeah,
aliens exist, we can proselytize to them.
Oh
Yeah, yeah.
I see.
Now, this is also tied into a particular non-canon, not canon in the biblical sense and in the church canon sense, a particular non-canon local saint that Morris holds deeply to his heart.
Yes, this is somewhat related to the French saint Guinefort the Greyhound, who is not a cynocephalus, he is a dog.
Okay, yep.
And the church spent centuries trying to get people to stop venerating Saint Guinefort because dogs don't have souls. This is an important theological matter.
Well, that's wrong.
And everyone who venerated the good saint dog said so, yes.
Yes, the French cultus of Saint Guinefort continued until about 1920, ignoring the church.
Yeah.
This is something that went on for like 700 years.
Yeah, theologically, for the Catholics, it is important that animals do not have souls.
They've
But-
actually been walking that back a little, tiny little bit.
Yeah, the Pope has said that your dog can be in heaven. That does not mean your dog has a soul in the sense of souls, but God is willing to bring your dog to heaven anyway.
Yep.
I'm thinking about the numerous things that could have led to that, and there were very reasonable ones, but I choose to believe that the Pope sat down and watched all dogs go to heaven and was like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, alright.
Compelling argument.
But the story of Saint Gwynefort is that once upon a time there was a local lord, and he had a baby, and he also had a dog. The dog was a greyhound.
And the
named
child and the
Gwynefort.
dog were two separate entities.
Yes.
No.
And so one day he goes out hunting and leaves Gwynefort to guard the baby.
Generally
And-
inadvisable, but okay.
And he returns home to find Gwynefort with blood on his teeth. And immediately, without any questioning whatsoever, decides Gwynefort has attacked his baby and eaten it. So without going inside to check, he kills Gwynefort and throws him down a well.
I mean, okay, the throwing down the well, not so reasonable. The shit, I left my dog alone with my baby and I come home and it's covered in blood, my dog has probably attacked my baby, is a fairly reasonable conclusion to come to at
Yeah,
that
that's a
time.
fairly reasonable
Yes.
trauma snap reaction before checking situation.
Spin
So-
of wheel.
Then he
All right.
goes back. Then he goes back home,
Mute,
goes inside,
Poison, nothing,
finds
nothing.
that-
Good.
Wait, what was that?
finds what? Huh?
The wheel
Brain
was
cross
spawned.
happened.
Ah. Okay. So the Lord goes back home, goes inside, finds his baby is completely unharmed, and is sitting happily in bed with a dead snake sitting on the ground next to the bed.
Oh no!
And realizes that the blood on Gwynefort's teeth was from the snake. Gwynefort had actually saved his child. So at this point, he goes back to the well and turns it into a shrine to Gwynefort, who rises to heaven as a saint for his devotion.
And that's
And-
what.
And that is why Saint Gwynefort the Greyhound is venerated in this region.
And that is why when the church comes by, hears the stories and goes, "That's stupid. Dogs can't do that." Everyone involved is like, "Shut the fuck up. He was a good dog."
No, the owner is fine. He made the shrine to Gwynefort to apologize, and Gwynefort forgave him, because Gwynefort is a saint.
Gwynefort a good dog!
And in case you are wondering, Gwynefort has stats in Ars Magica, and you can call on him as a
Oh
saint.
my god!
I was waiting to see. Yep. It all comes back to the special interest
Yes.
in the best way.
Yeah, Gwynefort can in fact be your patron saint and do miracles for you.
Yeah, Ars Magica takes the bold stance that dogs can, in fact, be saints. Actually, the church is wrong on this one.
Yeah,
In the setting,
the
in the
book
set-
in which this shows up explicitly makes the note of, this should not be possible. We are not going to explain how it happened. God can do what God wants.
yeah, it's just basically, yeah, God as defined by like these people who worship him, of the people of the book, does exist, and follows basically all the rules they believe he does, but also the dog's a saint, and God's telling you to hold that.
Should definitely set aside time to continue reading through Four-Footed Beasts, Volume 2, None-Footed Beasts.
Yeah. I got distracted with the horse book. I still haven't been able to track that down.
Fuck is the horse
Glasgow
book?
Library will not answer my
Book of
emails.
Horses.
It's Specifically the horse
The horse
wizard
cult, right?
cult.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The secret of the horseman's word.
yeah.
Nancy Drew.
It does sound no. I believe I talked about this like weeks ago.
This is a British secret society of horse wizard
It
blacksmith.
sounds like a Nancy Drew.
I feel like I have to. It's a Scottish
Oh yeah.
secret
Okay.
society of horse
Scottish
wizards.
secret society of horse wizard blacksmith people, not
Yeah,
British.
I have to be
Very
specific.
important
It came
distinction.
down.
Yes.
That matters a lot. Yes.
Yeah, but was formed in response to the situation where horses in farms were becoming more common as like animals to drive your plow and to grind your grain and stuff. And horses are scary, especially if they're like large working farm animals. So this was a secret society formed in part as also a trade union.
Yep.
To ensure that only people approved of got the training on how to handle horses correctly for this purpose, and to ensure like fair pay and such for that, with an underlying ethos of if we stop doing our job, the rich won't be able to have their fancy feasts, therefore we are the most important people alive. And like, not wrong to a degree, yeah. And because it was a secret society, almost as I understand it, entirely composed of cis men, a long while ago who decided to ritualize it, it naturally involves a large amount of hazing.
Yeah.
And
As these things always do. Yeah.
as they
That's
always
intolerable.
do. But as part of signing up, I haven't read the full horse tome, much to my despair. It's quite expensive to get a copy of it. One of the rituals recounted is they blindfold you, and then you have to shake hands with the devil to be inducted into the horse secrets, which is
That sounds like a
a
bit of an
stick with some
escalation.
fur tied around it and a makeshift hoof. They make you shake the furry stick, so you.
Yeah, and Terry Pratchett directly references this in one of his books.
Oh, that's neat! I had no idea.
Yeah, one of the characters is a con man who has joined a number of rural secret societies as part of conning the people in it, and he reminisces about, oh yes, there's all these, they make all the noises, and you put the sack over your head, and someone tells you, shake hands with the old master, and you have to shake hands with a goat. This'll be just
Yeah.
like that.
That's grand. And yeah, I only learned about the trade unionist horse wizards because I found documentation of a farmer who lived at the same time this was spinning up and who produced a biography. He did an autobiography of himself and a true accounting of what it was like to be a farmer in that time period. Which I feel at this point it's established why I would be interested in that.
I mean,
And-
yeah, it's also
And didn't he hate them?
It's the only place this book is preserved is in like a completed collection of Horseman's word material because he critiqued them. He was a vocal critic of the Horseman's Word, and subsequently his autobiography, as short as it is, was reproduced.
That'll show him.
Yeah.
I
So,
hate
in
these
order-
people, and so I'm going to exhaustively describe them.
Well, I don't know how exhaustive it is. You know how it is when you're
Yeah.
looking for folklore stuff. And
Oh,
you find
absolutely,
anyone who
yes.
yeah, but if I want to unlock the secrets of rural farm life, I have to also learn about the trade unionist horses.
Wanna use 2 for 2 on just blocking all my guests.
Yep. The world is more beautiful than any sort of parody could be at many times. We live in a world where the trade union as horse wizards existed. And their only presence in history now is some dude with a fucking burn book on him.
And apparently in Terry Pratchett's writing, where he talks about the Horseman's Word,
Two
which was
petrifies
the
and an
name of
old.
the cult.
Ooh, that. Ooh.
Oof.
Oh,
Not
and
the
Doom.
worst. Oh, and a Doom.
This
Still
is a
not
problem.
the worst.
Oh no, he's found over the top of Exter.
Isn't. I mean, X-Death has just been kind of. I've chosen to interpret X-Death's wiggling while this was all going on as just listening intently.
Laws of horsemanship mean nothing. Alright, so Krill has not... doesn't seem to have suffered any loss of coin throwing power yet. Interesting.
She's old, but apparently
Does-
still good at bribes.
That should be factoring into the formula.
It would depend on where exactly the relevant number is stored. Also on how fast old actually works.
Yeah. Oh, Ferris, you're helping.
Maybe it's because Cryo was quite young, so this has just moved her into like
Teen
late
Cryo.
teen, dying hair white.
If this were
Okay,
for,
there we go.
Cryle
We're
would have
now-
innate resistance to old because she is young.
Yeah.
Think we're out of money now? Additional cross.
In a remake of 5, I would make old just actually make Kryle into an adult and make her much more powerful.
Give her whatever she used in that cutscene that bodied X-Death. What? Just
Dead, confuse,
critical and old.
and old. Yeah.
Well, dying cures old, I guess?
Dying does cure old. And now Monk is suffering from old.
Oh, Monk.
Monk was there. At least rapid fire pierces defense.
I mean, honestly, it's only doing 100 less per hit.
For now.
Yes, just being sure. Yes, money is empty. Cash none.
Oh boy.
3 for 3 on blocking
Lena!
Almagest.
Holy shit! Oh well. Doom's about
We
to fire
have
anyway.
a genius.
I've blocked all 3 Almagests, making me the victor. Thunk. God damn!
It's fine. This is fine.
Well,
Oh boy.
them's the olds. Now I have item mules. Also, one piece is... So we're almost done here.
Yeah, okay. We're... Just surgery needs to be done, we'll be done.
We're almost done here.
Oh,
Them's the
Only
olds.
grandparents feed
so Morris, you
Exter.
said, oh, it's only 100 get old, doesn't stop.
Them's the olds. It's fine.
Meanwhile, King Behemoth.
Your Majesty?
So, will old eventually just kill you?
No.
It puts you at 1, at least.
Ah.
No one in Final Fantasy can die of old age.
Does anyone ever die of old age in Final Fantasy? In any of them?
I'm sitting here thinking, Helgar died of old
Like,
age plus
actually?
getting his heart exploded.
Yeah, Kelgar
That one
died of
doesn't
complications
count.
from injury.
Yeah. I mean, Tella doesn't die of old
Tella
age.
explodes.
Tella is very old and then
As close as you get is characters who die of something that wouldn't have killed them if they were younger.
Yes, like Tella.
Still
Don't think
time
anything
for a
happens in
groundbreaking
six.
narrative that shows somebody, an old character, just dying because they're old.
Two
No,
Jimbos.
get nothing
Two
in
Jimbos.
6. I don't think
Those
there's anything in
Jimbos.
7.
I don't think people just dropped it.
I don't think there are old
Age.
people in 7.
Not,
I mean, there's
not,
I
not
guess
many, no.
there's the guy, there's space guy.
Yeah, there's astronomy grandpa.
Yeah.
Yeah, I barely remember 8, but I don't think there were very many. 9, maybe? Well, actually, 9 has death by old age at an unexpected time as one of its central plot points.
Yes, but is it
Yeah, but that's not.
during the narrative, or is it
Yes,
before the
actually.
game
Well,
starts?
it's more
Yes.
that one of the characters has a magically shortened lifespan.
And so do all the Black Mages.
Yeah.
Hmm.
They're
Yeah,
not
this looks like-
old when they die. They just run out of time.
Okay, then I would disqualify that. If I were writing the death certificate, I would attribute that to the source
front
of their
fell
shortened
off.
lifespan. Yeah.
That is, so that would disqualify, like, 9 focuses a lot on it, but doesn't have direct old age. So that's disqualified. 10, disqualified, doesn't have it. Did anyone die of old age in the plot in 11? I know there were a lot of really old people in 11, but I don't remember how they died.
It's just right there. It's just right there to give you, like,
Oh,
a
that's more data
mid-game
I need to
succession
replace.
crisis.
Varistia Galvus in 14 dies of old age. The original Garlean Emperor dies of old age.
And he does do that while the plot is ongoing, right?
Yeah.
Yes,
I don't,
that's like at the end of Heavensward, he just keels over dead from being old.
Yeah.
Solace.
There we go. We have found the
that
one.
guy. He is the one person in Final Fantasy who has ever died of old
And
age.
yeah, that's where I will leave it
Starts
right
off
now.
a succession crisis.
Yep.
Final Fantasy 14, ergo, very smart.
Yep. They revisit the succession crisis several times and it continues to get more smart.
Excellent.
And yeah,
Now we
somebody
collect
mentioned Vivi
ammunition.
is implied to be dead of old age by the end of 9, while still being, like, child age because of Black Mages having a short battery.
It's not old age.
Tactics, no one dies of old age. Everyone gets murdered way quicker than that.
I don't think anyone in Tactics dies of natural causes of any kind.
No, it's a story about war and civil war. Of course no one does.
Where is my narrative that is brave enough to show people keeling over of old age in the middle of a crisis? Because that still does happen.
Quite a lot.
Wouldn't it be from a heart attack or something?
I mean, that's usually counted as death of old age.
Yeah, okay.
Or died of natural causes. When you are old enough and your body just goes, you know what, I quit. That's usually
with
written
a
up.
granular note of what causes it.
Yeah, like, natural causes, old age, you know, amendment, cardiac arrest.
In Final Fantasy, most people that die because of violence.
Yeah, violence or self-sacrifice.
Especially when it's not actually required.
You're really gonna like Shadowbringers.
One day, when I have enough spare cash around to renew my sub.
Yep, entirely reasonable. It's just that made me think of a lot of things at once. Meant to mate like Shadowbringers. Violet's may vary.
Yeah, I'm kind of worried in case I don't.
And it's
Like
fine
it,
if you don't. There are,
but
okay,
also,
I'll
like-
be open up front. There is an entire maybe quarter to a third of Shadowbringers I actually don't really like at all. I just think the opening and the closing are strong enough to make up for it.
Yeah, it's at the point where people have talked at length about how good it is, not to the point where it's made me not want to engage or anything, but my critical lens is going to be clear as
Day, yeah.
I'm not going to be particularly merciful accordingly.
You really shouldn't be, because as someone who will easily hands down say best writing in the MMO, boy, it's got some of the not best as well.
Fuck off, Master Asia.
I'm not going into that yet.
You can all cease to go into that, because it's just going to keep relitigating the point of, thing you're not discussing yet.
Yeah, sorry.
I can't stop thinking of the corpse pants. Thanks, Morgan.
Why am I to blame for the
Wait,
corpse
no, that's my
pan?
fault.
Wait,
Come
no.
on.
Okay, you brought him up, but then Morgan was like, "Is that okay? Was it you or was it Morse who said this is sword dancers are wearing corpse pants?"
Oh no, that one was me. Sorry.
Yeah, that was
I'll own
sorry. Contextually, that's why I was thinking about it.
Also,
Tier 50.
honestly,
No, you first.
I was going to say what I'm most looking forward to is the next tier of fishing quests.
Yeah, those are pretty good.
Fishmania is
I
always
deeply love the fishing quest line, and just ignoring the main quest line for days at a time as I just plow into areas I'm not meant to be in yet.
Yeah. Shoutouts to my brain forgetting cryptids exist when fishing cryptid was in the call.
I will jog up the side of a mountain, vibrating furiously in order to get access to a waterhole. At times, leveling fishing, because Chip bought me Heavenswood, I think, and it was entirely so I could continue progressing with fishing.
Yes, I remember that. It's you hit 50 and then were told to sky fishing and then Heavensward was exchanged, if I remember right.
Yeah. And then I just kind of... I basically treated it like a stealth mission for most of it, of just timing enemy patrol patterns and finding the right window to sneak in so I could then settle down and stealth and just sit and fish for the next several hours.
Yep.
I really like I really enjoy fishing games in general, both games that are dedicated for fishing and also ones that let me fish in them, and I really enjoy Final Fantasy XIV's interpretation. It is a fun system. Especially the part where they make me consult a fucking weather chart.
Yeah. Big fishing.
That's unironic, I love that.
How many big fish did you get?
The rare
if there
ones
was anyone, if there was anyone who was gonna get the big fish, I know Morgan would be it.
The fact that I'm not recalling anything at that suggests that I hadn't gotten to that point yet.
Like, the first one is like the lighthouse quest, like the giant swordfish that you catch from the...
Right, that fucker. Yes, okay, I got that one. It took me I feel like it took me an entire day.
Yeah, they're all that annoying and complicated, and some of them have time windows that only align once every real-world month or so. Because it has to be, like,
you gotta be in the right time, with the right weather, and you have to then you have to jump through a bunch of hoops. Well, that's the case, which may only be the case for like 20 minutes.
Yeah, that is like 2 hours in game with a specific weather type, double mooched off a specific fish kind, and then it's a small chance to get this fish. That's the level most big fish are on.
Yeah, see, I love that.
Yeah, there's a lot of them, so.
I understand that is absolutely not for everyone.
Speaking of fishing, I've actually read a little bit about fishing articles and stuff at work recently when it's been slow, because that's where my brain wandered. Because
I'm so proud.
Because I have access to, well, through family, at least 2 bodies of water now that have fish in them, and I was like, you know what, I've, like, caught, like, 3 crappies in my life. Is there more to this? I need to know, like, this is a simple fish to catch, right? And I looked up, it's like, you know, how to catch your first fish, and things like that. Good fish to start with, and things like that. Help! The abyss is deep and frightening.
How complicated could fish be?
Because it's one of those things where the catch your first fish article is like, yeah, no, like bluegills and crappies and sunfish are all very, very easy, accessible fish to catch for a newcomer. Now here is what you need to do to catch them. And then it just immediately goes into so they're very particular on their kinds of bait and lures that they use. So we suggest having 7 or 8 different kinds of plastic lure so that you know that what kinds of lure will hit on the fish in the lake that you're using specifically. Because these might like pink lures and some of them might like green lures, and there might be subsets and different kinds of grass in this lake that we have different preferences depending on where you cast and what time of day it is. And I'm just reading it just like, Jesus Christ, help me.
Okay, so that's like one of my favorite things with fishing as a hobby, because both elements of that are correct. A lot of recreational fishing is taking something that is fairly simple and straightforward and then going, no, that is unsatisfying, and I must engage in psychological warfare with this fish.
Yeah, fishing is the original fighting game. Bradway's got it right there.
Yeah, like, catching crappies and bluegills is you just use some fucking cheese or...
Yeah, I used hot dogs and bread slices, and that's how I got the few that I did.
Now, suggesting plastic lures for, like, a newcomer, specifically if they were soft plastics, is a form of fishing sadism. That's fucked up to do to a person.
They linked it! They had a fucking affiliate link. It was the floppy plastic
Of course they did!
I knew that there was gonna be some fucking chicanery in there.
Soft plastics are my favorite lure type because they are engaging in psychological warfare with your target. Your goal is to mimic the exact favorite food of the fish, and then mimic it being in extreme distress, but not too obviously.
That is what the article started to describe, especially when it started talking about bass fishing. Which they suggested bass fishing for your intro, and I feel like that's wrong.
It's one of those ones, it's straightforward unless you overcomplicate it for sports purposes.
There was also another fantastic article I read when I was going down that hole of somebody like discussing their personal experiences with fishing and then discussing like both fishing as an industry and like stuff like that and how it has gone versus... It was kind of like a kind of one of those memoir articles that was also talking about a particular thing, but was more focused on their personal life. And the thing that sticks out to me about it was, like, I have spent occasions in a $30,000 bass fishing boat looking at a $2,000 depth monitor and remembering all the bass that I caught with Wheaties and white bread on the end of a hook and wondering which one of us was more correct. Or, like, which one of us had the better of it.
The bass are the smarter ones in this situation, yes.
Yeah.
So Morgan, what is your stance on a pier or jetty that has fishing rods attached to like a pole, and you can just use those, like, but not take them away?
Oh, Yeah, you're gonna need to be more specific there, because there's a bunch of setups that could be.
I'm not sure I can be more specific because this is a thing I've witnessed in person, but it's just like there's a bunch of fishing rods literally stuck to a fence pole. You cannot move them. You can't take them away from the pole. But
Then how do you
anyone
cast?
can walk up. They pivot on the pole, but that's about all they do.
Huh, I've never encountered that. Like, there's a lot of AFK fishing setups.
Now, these seemed... I did not understand them when I saw them as a child. It seemed like they were... Like, I couldn't figure out what they were for, because they were stapled to a pole.
So, like, a trap that you put in a lake, right? Or a river or something, where fish are, and you're hoping the fish go into it and they're trapped.
No,
No.
this is
No,
no,
I'm doing it different than doing it here.
Okay.
Would you
yeah,
call
fish
that an
trap.
AFK cage?
Yeah,
Because you're away from the cage, right? So you're away from keyboard, but a cage.
I mean, that's basically how lobster and crab
AFC away from carp.
fish- That's how any like net or pot trapping
But I
works.
swear to God, I heard Morgan just say AFK cage, and that really took control over my entire brain.
That's
No, you
valid. I
did.
did say AFK and then had a moment of what? Why did that come out of my mouth there? But More's my best guess at that setup you have described is that someone was running multiple rods at once and put them in basically stapled to pole, and some of those are literally just a pole you can put a rod on so you can do active fishing and just have one going off on the side. Useful for if you're doing like bobber based stuff. And some get increasingly more elaborate and more expensive, which is really funny because they're very basic in terms of what they're actually doing, including like multi-$100 ones that essentially just have a bell on them that will jingle if something tugs on your rod.
See, I had assumed at the time that these were somehow like public fishing poles for people to
That
just
would be
use.
super cool, but it's very unlikely.
Because
Yeah,
as far as I could tell, there was no one tending them.
Okay.
Yeah, you just kind of leave them alone and come back later if you're doing...
I dug up that beginner's guide article, so I will read some of the things out of it. Sunfish are democratic in their food preferences and have been caught on almost everything, including dragonflies, grasshoppers, grass shrimp, beetles, ladybugs, caterpillars, crickets, roaches, minnows, and even small pieces of lunch meat and bread.
Yep. You can honestly take that and extrapolate that out to most fish.
Right, I skimmed down past the part where they explained what... No, wait, hang on. This is the part of the article where they hadn't explained what hooks are yet, and they're still talking about... Okay. This article needs layout. Use a long shank, light wire, number 6 or 8 hook and barb an inch or 2 of earthworm multiple times over it, or nightcrawler.
Okay, yep.
What the hell do any of those words about the hook mean?
Relation to size, they've established that it is barbed, so your worm will not fall off.
Just long shank, light wire, number 6. That's like a golf club.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with Longshank specifically. Wire probably
Yeah, like-
refers to having a choke
Honestly,
worm.
it sounds like a car part to me. But I grew up around cars.
The number in that is going to be either like thickness of wire or length of hook.
Oh, yeah,
it
it's
will be
probably
relating to
gauge.
size of hook here.
Artificial lures need to be small for sunfish, as they have very tiny mouths. I don't know why
Yeah.
I find that sentence so funny.
Like, honestly, one of my earnest suggestions for does somebody want to start getting into recreational fishing, aside from if you're not doing it for food, maybe reconsider your hobby choice, honestly, as I now have over time. But secondly, go play Fishing Planet, because, man, that is the most faithful recreation of, like, everything that you will get out of recreational fishing, including the gear names and just the exponential growth of how much it costs to do anything.
I'm just thinking, don't specifically fish for sunfish. You can't catch and release sunfish. That sunfish died the moment you hooked it.
Different fish than the
Not the big
Mola
fish
Mola.
in the ocean.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Small, like palm-sized lake fish.
Okay.
I'm sure somebody fishes for the big ones, but yeah.
But doing so is cruel. They have a hard enough time.
It is a bit mean to try and deliberately catch the big sunfish. They're just vibing, let them be.
So the strongest humor that emerges out of pointing out that a given fish has a very tiny mouth, and this must be kept in mind while trying to catch it, is for the mental image of the fish that is trying to get caught, but the bait is just too big to fit in
I
their
am
mouth.
like 90% certain that that's what my problem was when I was fishing at the lake I grew up with, because we didn't have anything like changing hook sizes or something. So I would repeatedly reel back in the bait and it would be completely gone or nibbled down to nothing and there would be no strike on the hook.
Yeah, that's exactly what happens. And one time while I was out on a boat on a lake which had like incredibly clear water, I actually had that exact situation where I put out my soft plastic, and as I was reeling it back in, I saw this tiny fish come up and just start headbutting it aggressively, visibly upset that it was unable
Give me that!
to get a decent job. And
Me want bite!
was very funny. It was very good.
Someone in chat recalling a herring run where they had 10 hooks on a line and a sinker. Waited 5 minutes, pulled up, got all 10 hooks lined with a hiring, and then one holding onto the sinker. That's a strong fish. That's a fish that knows what's up. A fish that just grabs the bobber and is just like, I don't know what this is, but I'm eating it.
Yeah, Fishing Planet is the game that had a Halloween event where you could catch fish skeletons, and also if you bought the, like, Halloween-specific kayak, it's a coffin.
Yeah, for reference...
You can just kayak around in a fucking Florida bayou in a coffin.
For reference, my family, when they would do fishing in lakes, would kill what they catch, or they would throw it back if it was too small. I usually just couldn't partake in that because I'm allergic to saltwater fish, and I've never really been willing to try with freshwater fish.
Valid. Yeah, no, Fishing Planet very much understands that a large portion of the reason people are in for it is for the aesthetic. They've added a lot of stuff recently, and I covet. Including... Right, yes, okay, now we loop back around to what I was gonna bring up when you started talking about this article. Fishing Planet added spod rockets.
Oh, you told me about these! Oh, go on, please.
So, carp. Carp are some of the easiest fucking fish to catch in the... They are hunger. They just want bite. They will bite anything. You can just wade into the water and pick up a carp. I've done this.
Wait, hey.
And...
Just a brief thing. This article for the easiest fish to catch for your first time does not mention carp anywhere. It is...
That... cruel and unusual.
It is crappies, catfish, large and smallmouth bass, trout.
Oh, this is intensely regional then. Okay.
Yeah, walleye, and other regions. Yeah, this
I'm
is
sorry. I'm still kind of giggling at there being a fish named crappies.
Oh, you have no idea how much my 8-year-old self would laugh at that every time.
Oh, did someone else kill?
Yes.
Yes.
No, this is walking into the fight.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, sorry to interrupt.
It's fine. Oh.
Speaking of...
Well...
I guess this is why we had the trip up.
Why do carps desert like lust for death so much?
They
I
hungry.
think they more lust for food.
They lust for anything to sate the incredible void within them, much like Neo X did.
So that's death, then. You
That's
described
fish.
death.
So naturally, because they're so easy to catch, various fishers decided over the years to make it as complicated as possible, and you've got to engage in intense psychological warfare against the carp, the beast that knows only hunger.
We
Oh,
have
it's
to
complete.
learn to trick the carp because
Nice.
it's too easy
Oh, yeah.
to just put a piece of bread in the water.
Yes. I will wait for this to play out before continuing the tale of Spod Rockets.
Fuck you mean you know how to make a chicken breast?
Who? What?
My catboy doesn't know how to make a chicken breast.
Well, your catboy should learn.
I did. I bought a recipe. Now he knows.
You gotta learn somehow.
Stepping away a moment.
So Spod Rockets. Spod Rockets are kind of an endgame, like, a fairly recent development thing that part of how you can fish for carp in various places is to chum. So they will condense and you'll have an easier time of catching the world's easiest fish to catch. And I guess that has become slightly too easy for people in turn. So creation of the Spod Rocket, which looks like a torpedo and has a hollow body and, importantly, a one-handed operation. So you pop open the Spod Rocket with one hand and
Well,
you dip it into...
you got to be able to use it while you have a beer in your hand.
Exactly. You pop open the Spod Rocket, you dip it into your chub mix, and you flip it up and close it. And it will... You cast it out, and on impact with the water, it will precision deploy your chum.
By which you mean it will burst open.
Yes.
And this is more
Why?
precise than if you just threw your chum.
What advantage does this have over just throwing the damn thing? Yeah.
Absolutely none. It is entirely pointless.
How much do these things cost?
In Fishing Planet, they're quite expensive. In
Are they
real life, I'm
reusable?
not sure. Oh
In
yeah, they're
Fishing
reusable. These are
Planet,
not
do they have an
disposable.
actual use case, or are they still very
Oh
useless?
yeah, no, they recently added in a whole thing for the carp enthusiasts, which, getting to the next point of people got really weird over time about what smell your bait should have while
Yeah,
hunting
the article
for
talked
carp.
about that.
Yeah, so in Fishing Planet and in real life, you can get multiple foul bottles of stench to pour over your baits to make them more appealing to the carp, including things like tropical breeze, chocolate,
You know, chocolate, the thing that carp love.
nightcrawler juice.
Alright, that one I would believe they would go for.
Like, I cannot overstate
I'm just
how many
wondering,
variations of fish
like,
stank juice
what
there
does
are.
Fishing Planet say that what do the Spod Rockets do in Fishing Planet that makes them worth using?
Let me check and see if they've been added to the wiki, but I imagine the same thing they do IRL of concentrating carp in a reliable
Well,
place.
yes, but I assume they do it better in Fishing Planet than just throwing your chum.
You assume a lot.
Okay, so Fishing Planet may in fact have made them as useless as real life.
But knowing people will buy them anyway for the aesthetic.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, The fish are consistent. They don't just spawn when you cut. There's like a number of fish in the lake.
Yeah.
They got the brand names correct anyway. The Old Tuba Spod Rocket.
I'm sorry, like, I heard that as old tuba, as an old musical instrument.
No, it's specifically with the trademark symbol. This is not a real brand. They made their own.
Okay, I was
Okay.
about to have a deep crisis if that was a real one, but the fact that it tracked is a real one.
Yeah, as I said, it simulates the entire experience. Ideal for use with any kind of bait, be it boilies, pellets, ground bait, or mixes. The rocket instantly opens up and releases the bait upon hitting the water surface, which makes it an easy and extremely effective way to quickly and accurately deliver your fish treats to the desired feeding area.
Fish
The rocket's
treats!
aerodynamically curved body ensures accurate
Headway.
and long-distance bait delivery in any weather conditions. It's available in 4 different sizes.
Like, I'm mostly just wondering if Fishing Planet ever gives you a reason to spend all this money, or if it, in fact, is just going to let you do that, but will still let you also be just as effective with a loaf of bread.
You okay?
As part of special events or as part of special bundles, you can find unique or rare spawn feeders. They are listed below.
So, special events have special rockets.
Yes, the Old Tuba Trophy X Large Long Cast Spot.
That's a fake ass thing you just said.
No, it's not. It's extra higher capacity. It is slightly higher capacity than a standard large spot rocket.
See, when you said events, I was thinking like Halloween, and it would be like a skull or something.
They haven't been in the game long enough for Halloween-themed spot rockets, unfortunately.
So less than a year. Okay.
Yeah, I think so. So they start with 500 fish bucks up to 820.
Fish.
And then you can buy a couple of them with the premium currency of Baitcoin.
Fish bucks and bait coin. Okay.
Yeah. Fish bucks isn't the formal name, but
Ah.
Baitcoin is the.
Bait coin.
yes,
is-
Baitcoin is the official name because it's smart.
So how do
Yeah.
you mine
Yeah, I
Baitcoin?
can't begrudge that.
Yeah. How do you mine bait coin?
Carefully.
Just do
I can't
achievements.
begrudge that. Fuck you.
But no, with events and stuff, I kind of need to emphasize that this is a very actively played game and that there are weekly fishing tournaments, like multiples thereof, which
No, that
get
makes
news
sense,
announcement
yeah.
posts.
Oh yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. This is like the pinnacle of.
They
Like,
recently reworked how their line physics work to be even more realistic. Now you can snag in even more ways.
Okay.
This is the sort of thing where instead of that weird janky golf simulator that the one uncle I really don't like had on his shitty trackball laptop back in the day because he could afford that, he would have this on it now and probably have spent thousands of dollars in it.
I just, you know what? I think I'll stick with Cat Goes Fishing.
Understandable. Well, goodbye.
I'm
cruel
still
tree.
no good at Cat Goes Fishing, but at least it doesn't make me feel a headache.
God, I love that fucking game so much. It's
Shoutouts to this team just mantling Ted
yeah.
by
Yeah.
the pieces.
Big single target damage. Dancer
Yep.
fulfilling its purpose of big knife.
Yep.
Anyway, I started blasting.
And
Yeah,
now
here
it's
we go.
time to release the dragon.
This is why we have the Daves.
That was a
Behold,
lot.
The ascended form of Baraga, a dragon.
Okay.
Yeah, this is why we have 4 of
Just
them.
gonna
so
do
we can open
40,000
the fight.
damage to everything.
So we can just open the fight with 40,000 damage, shooting everywhere.
Oh, big. But anyway, this team has numbers to collect.
Ned was just like, no.
But yeah, as
Beasts.
far as I can tell. I have not engaged with it because I find the idea of carp fishing to be quite boring, frankly. I'm in it for salmon and such.
Okay, difference.
But they seem to work exactly as they do in real life.
So what is the difference there with salmon fishing versus carp fishing?
Are salmon more clever and harder to catch?
Yes, and they actually put up with a fight. And I also have a fondness for them because, one, they're my favorite fish to eat, and two, because they can just tow my kayak around.
Oh shit, you could do the, just get...
Multi-fish drifting.
Yes, salmon is nature's horse. I have established this quite firmly. And I still really appreciate that I did that. I stopped playing the game, and then like a couple months later, they put in an achievement for getting tugged around a lake in a kayak by a fish. It is theoretically possible to have pseudo-chariot races with your friends via fish.
Holy shit.
Yeah, so another 80,000 exp or so for this team, and they'll be tentatively in go mode.
Nice.
It will be a very tenuous go mode, since that will be only Ferris is braced for majesty and controllable. Ferris must trust Berserker. But you should always trust Berserker. And yeah, fight like this is dispensing 2k. So a while, but not an immeasurable while. This fight has become consistent now, ish.
Shrike, that's exactly what you want to do in the game too. If you want to do single combat with a fish and lose, your best bet is probably going for Black Marlin in a kayak, which people do. Usually they put an engine on the back of their kayak so they can come home once their
I was gonna say,
complete.
I was being kind of glib about what do you do if you want to die, but...
The electric bicycle of the sea. The rocket bicycle of the sea.
I was gonna say,
the motor kayak.
A Black Marlin in a kayak sounds like an actual way to die.
Yeah, they smoke your reel if you're not bringing the real hefty gear out, which I maintain it is still a fucking travesty that even Fishing Planet has not simulated your line melting and your reel almost catching fire.
That can happen?
Yes, it's one of my favorite things.
Don't people? Didn't you? I swear, at one point you told us that people deliberately do real burnouts because of.
Why would you not? It looks cool as hell. You want to be like, yeah, I finished bringing this fish in while my rod was on fire.
Today I learned that salmon are big enough that you sometimes have to shoot them with a 22 round to make them stop. Holy crap, I did not realize how big they were.
So, fish are one of those things where people continually, and I understand this is a kind of pot and kettle situation considering my recurring failings to accurately measure the size of a car, but consistently underestimate the size of fish. Salmon can get absolutely gargantuan, It's rarer these days to get the truly vast ones, but
Yeah, catch limits and all making pressure to go
them
down.
big.
This is
Yeah, I have very little practical experience with the actual sizes of living and not butchered fish. Because again, for the people in chat who don't know, I have an extremely violent allergy to fish, so I don't let myself get near them often.
And yeah, there are fish that will pull you down. Like, if you get a sufficiently large fish on gear that you're not prepared for that fish for on a kayak, it can tip it over.
Yeah, I imagine like hooking a shark or something would just be a one-way ticket down.
Yeah, or a groper, depending. Like, man, fish people continually underestimate.
Oh, tuna are one of the fish I know are immense. 'Cause I've
No, I
seen
said a groper on that one.
Oh, yeah.
Like, coral
What about a
gropers.
wrasse? I just like the word wrasse.
Ferris
That's
keeping
a
up the tradition of
fucking
just
massive.
block the Alma guests.
God!
Queen of the
keeps happening.
sea.
Well, the laws of the universe mean nothing.
Let me just look up a picture of how big a grouper is, and Jesus Christ!
Yep, there we go. That's the correct
It's
response.
the size of the boat!
Yep. Fish big. Fish large.
That's not an animal, that's a murder
Finally
weapon!
get the slice in.
They're quite amenable, from what I remember, to being pet.
They look like a chill fish, also when they're not being pulled alongside a boat.
But the largest fish I have seen via catching or being near to it, because like I'm alright at it. I can pull in fish that I want to actually eat reliably. When I try to go for the fancier ones for the fight a bit, I have less luck there because my I really like this effect. It's a bit hard on the eyes, but it's
Yes.
pleasant.
Alright.
I'm so sensitive
Did-
to like touch
okay,
and
things did
sensation.
happen.
Confuse and zombie and critical health.
Oof. I will reliably strike too soon. But I
You
was
will-
out.
You have the touch senses and you strike before the fish does.
That is a recurring problem. Yes, I was out fishing at like 4 a.m. on the side of a cliff, and as the sun was coming up, it was a mackerel sky, which was the ideal omen. And there were like 6 other people down there, and there was a school going past of Spanish mackerel and some. I forgot what they are. They were about forearm length, and they were what the mackerel were chasing. And they were quite tasty, but I've forgotten the species name. And everyone was out with their spoons, hunting the big lads. Although you have to be careful with the Spanish mackerels, because if they're too big, you need to throw them back, or else they've got unacceptably high levels of mercury in them.
Yeah, that's bad.
That would
You
do
don't
it.
want that.
Okay, the
Yeah.
problem with Krill, self-corrected. Good to see.
But yeah, I was pulling in these small ones, and some guy just off on the side, he cast once, and then nearly immediately after casting, his rod bent over nearly in half and started to smoke. And everyone just like stopped what they were doing, even if they themselves were in the middle of reeling in a fish, and just turned to watch this person. And
Yeah.
without saying a word, like, not a single word, not even a sound of exertion, just grim, steely determination in the eyes of this like 52-year-old man wearing like a worn green fishing hat and a pair of jeans. As he just pulled in this fish after like 30 minutes that was as tall as he was. So, I want to say like 5'7". It was gargantuan, and he pulls this thing out of the water, looks at it, and then goes, well, I'm done today, gets a club, does what he needs to, and then just throws the fish over his shoulder and goes home!
Yeah.
I mean, he
Go
won.
out on a high note.
He's done now.
I
Yeah.
am done.
Verify the fish was within the correct standards, and then just leave.
It's not just dinner. That's like
That's meals for a couple of days,
that's
yeah!
like several of days of family food. Yeah.
It was magnificent. The most impressive catch I've ever seen in person.
That is a man who has claimed victory over fish.
Yeah. And my favorite thing about it was that his spoon that he cast out wasn't like some fucking top-end fancy one. It was just a hook through the side of a Coke bottle. Coke can, rather.
Yes. Also, I didn't even take it at face value until I thought about it, but hook through a Coke bottle would also be a fucking power statement.
That is what you do if you're trying to catch cuttlefish.
Wait, that's... Hold on. No, you
Squid
can't say
fucking
that's...
love Coke.
You can't
It's
say
more-
that...
One of the most reliable lures for catching cuttlefish, and specifically male cuttlefish, as a note, because you generally want to leave the females behind, as a rule, is to take a soft drink bottle and cut the end of it and, like, cut in slits to make a skirt, and to put either a googly eye on it, or to draw an eye on it.
Because the male cuttlefish can't tell. Okay.
Yeah, you just try and go, hello, I am a lady, and they will be like, hell yeah, you are a lady, and then you've got cuttlefish.
Oh
for
no!
dinner.
Cuttlefish. Not very good at this.
Very good at a lot of things, apparently not that.
Yeah.
Actual catfishing.
I guess it could be worse. It could be catfish noodling.
Ugh. I've known people who do that. I'm related to people who've done that.
Yeah, and Trike with the whole, like, if somebody else has got a really big fish and they yell fish on, you fucking stop what you are doing. Because if your line gets tangled with theirs and it snaps, you... Alright, Legend, you're going to die!
I feel like for serious fishing trips, you need to have a crew because you need someone to drive, someone to fish, and then you need someone to play the slap bass whenever someone gets a real big motherfucker.
Yes, what catfish noodling is catfish is in a hole, and you put your arm down the hole, and then you pull your arm out, and there's a catfish on it.
And you wiggle
Now
and
see,
fit-
the ascended version of this is when you were going for mud crabs in Australia, and you just throw your whole body down into the hole, and then grab and retrieve the very angry and large crab.
Catfish noodling usually involves wiggling your fingers to look like worms, so they will strike on your fucking hand, and then you grab them by the inside of the mouth and you pull.
Worth it,
And then
baby.
you pray that it is not an alligator snapping turtle hole, or else you lose the hand. Or fingers.
Interesting. Interesting. Interesting.
Are you gonna lose this?
Now we find out if
Did we
Dragoon
just
can
did
beat
we just
Neo
see that
Extra.
happen?
Interesting. Interesting.
Huh.
Very interesting.
This is
Alright,
downright
Dragoon,
fascinating.
Drink your juice.
All right,
Hi.
Dragoon, can you survive in the sky of the void?
Dragoon, if you pull this off, I will be less rude to you for the rest of your life. Because we just saw Jump do what it was supposed to do.
Interesting that the timer for HP leak did not advance while airborne.
Yeah, I would have killed her.
She was outside the environment.
We found the situation in which leak does not continue.
I guess
Well,
sometimes
you
the
are
Dragoon is the
off-screen.
healer.
I can't believe
Wait,
that you came
did
back from that.
Wait. This is another instance where two characters just took lethal damage and didn't die.
That one was because of Golem specifically.
Okay.
Yeah, the stone
Golem
game that popped up
Has
was
his thing he do. He is a wall of temporary HP against physical attacks that
that is what
the party gets to share.
that is what I thought was happening last time, but I forgot it was only for physical.
I can't believe that
Did
worked.
okay.
I can't believe you stabilized after that. What the fuck?
That's pretty funny.
It's fine.
I really hope that Ferris is the only one alive at the end of this.
I mean, at the end of this, no matter what the result is, Ferris gets to hold this over everybody else for the rest of the universe.
Wait, for the rest of the creation, she gets to hold that W.
Oh, the Omega part died while I wasn't looking.
Oh no!
Interesting.
Oh no!
Interesting.
Wait, that was exactly one short of lethal on Ferris.
Interesting.
No.
Interesting.
Okay,
Oh,
it
crap,
was
well,
41 short.
Interesting.
Into the sky!
To space.
Well, this has suddenly got a lot more dangerous. Like, very quickly.
It's fine.
Yes!
Oh my god!
It's fine.
The power of jump!
Just go
This
up.
is... In how many Fiestas now? The first time you can point to a Neo X-Death fight and say jump made the difference. Not just once, but twice.
Glad I'm here to witness history.
It's like seeing Mothman. Oh yeah, this ending sequence is going to show an example
Yeah,
of
this
what
will
happens
be
when...
a different variation on the ending.
Yeah,
Because
it'll
Lena
have-
is in space.
And that removes green. Well, I guess since we're allowing this ending to play out, green will still be there for now.
So, just 2 runs left?
One actually live run, and then this one
Yeah.
is credits.
Yeah, so it's just...
Numbers gotta go up.
'Cause
We're still
this
grinding?
team has to grind.
This team is going to be grinding for a while yet.
It's as if something put this team about 2 hours behind the pace of the rest of the teams. Can't explain it.
I think with this evidence data in hand, we could say that this team would probably have beaten Alpha Timeline if not for Reek.
Maybe.
That was super cool.
Yeah, Dragoon won.
Jump did what it was supposed to do.
I don't want to be nice to Dragoon.
I'm contractually obligated to be nice to Dragoon now.
I mean, we have to, yeah.
At least until we forget.
Until Dragoon finds a third ancient dragon eye and just takes a big old chomp out of the side.
Justinian, what the fuck's wrong with you?
Alright, Estinian. You can touch the one I don't touch two at once. I'm gonna touch them both!
I love Estinian so much and just...
Look,
I think the
it's
last
fine.
complaint I had at
It's
the...
fine. I'm not eating one power item larger than my head. I'm eating 2.
My
That makes
coping
it
mechanisms
safe.
are great!
What were you gonna say, Senna?
Oh, yeah, I think my exact reaction to the scene in Heavensward where they throw the eyes off the bridge was, we should really probably be more responsible with those.
Yeah, same.
Same. I was actually kind of actively angry at that. Like, okay, look, take the 5 seconds and come up with another idea. This is going to end badly.
At least squish them, or
At least try and hit a rock on them or something.
like establish why we can't just crush the squish ball.
Look, it's fine. Nothing could survive a fall like that.
As pointed out, it was supposed to be you are throwing it into a pure ether maelstrom that obliterates all things that enter it, except you know that there's
Except
space
you
ghosts!
There.
I mean, isn't it Dragon Eye pure energy? What the fuck would that even do to it?
The idea was to make it go somewhere no one else could touch it, except you know space ghosts exist.
And you can fish in it! Which creates the situation where potentially, maybe, those eyes will be relevant again when, in the fishing quest line, something has consumed an eye and grown incredible. All things come back to the Sonic Adventure game where you have to fish Froggy out of chaos.
That's actually where Biz, like,
Pig the cat saves the world.
it's the end of the fishing quest line is just a reskin of Bismarck as you're trying to reel it in.
Fuck, I want that now, Poe. Shit.
Why can't you fish up
Once
Mini
more,
Bismarck?
Nidhogg rises from the grave to seek revenge. Through fishing.
Like, I'm honestly shocked that they didn't make a Bismarck fish.
I feel like they probably
Give them
did somewhere.
time. God. So, like, during the tiny brief window where it looked like it was safe to go outside and socialize with people here, I leapt upon it with both hands, and for the first time since I was, like, a tiny child, went to an arcade. Because we had no cases in the country. We hadn't for a long while, and it was like, this is as safe as it's ever going to get ever again. My time is now. So I went, and they had a fishing game set up, which took up a substantial portion of the back of the arcade.
Did you establish mastery?
Of course what do you take me for? But, it was this, like, massive flat table, like a bit bigger than a pool table, with multiple rods around it that you could pick up, and it was a raid battle. Because ideally you're playing this with multiple other people, and after a certain number of fish have been caught of a certain size, fucking air raid sirens would go off, the table would start flashing, and a voice would announce, "There's a Titanic fish is incoming! Life sign detected!" And like,
multi-ball.
yeah, big music would go off, everything would sparkle, and then just this Titanic shadow would emerge that took up almost the entirety of the table. And once it hooked onto the line, they, like, played sound effects of it smoking your reel.
Oh, is this why you're dead and talking to us from beyond the grave?
Yes,
Did
I
the fish
died
kill
that way.
you? Okay.
But what the person who hooks it, the rest of the table has to cooperate by strategically shocking the fish so you're able to reel it in. Sadly, it was not me who hooked the fish, and subsequently we did not catch it, but it was a grand experience and absolutely worth it.
Pier Square. Include wood crystal. Woodra. Woodaga.
You're square. Give me back that $5 I lent you.
would be
trying to think of
Timber,
abilities that go with
Timbera,
that.
Timbaga.
Fuck. That's quite strong.
If it was Dragon Quest, it would be Katimber.
Woodmore.
Mahogany.
Yeah, the third heal spell just doesn't follow naming convention at all, because fuck you.
But I mean, if this were Dragon Quest, it wouldn't matter because the elements of Dragon Quest include bang and boom.
That seems fair.
There we go. So,
Oh,
nope, sleep now.
oh, this is a mode.
It's fine.
Well, we'll see how that resolves in a bit, I guess.
Yep.
She sleep.
Just gonna take a nap here in space.
Look, who among us would turn down the opportunity to have a nap in the void?
Honestly,
Not me.
that sounds pretty cool.
Yeah,
It'd probably kill me, but whatever.
We'll go to the next area and put down your sign. Nope, still darkness. It's
Why are you
just
looking
darkness.
for sun at the abyss?
Mahogany is the Shin Megami Tensei spell name. Okay, good. Sure.
The White Hogany is the single hit spell. Actually, that would make sense. Yeah, that would do that.
Looking at Steam again, like, man, is it time for me to reinstall Fishing Planet? It might be time for me to reinstall Fishing Planet. It's been a while.
I'm not sure if I should apologize or not for invoking the urge.
They've added in an Amazon map.
Hmm.
I could seek the Arowana.
Currently considering the power, the magnitude that dwells in a world where crossover event between Fishing Planet and World of Warships.
Oh shit! Have you mentioned? Have you mentioned anywhere about the crossover that's actually happening too?
Not on Mike. They're doing a Legend of Galactic Heroes collab.
What?
Do you want to?
Warship
Do you want to?
into space!
It might actually make me download Warship so I can be fucking Oberstein or fucking probably Kyrgyz.
Yeah, Kyrgyz, Reinhard, Yang, and Greenham
Young Wenley.
as captains, and then skins to replace a bunch of ships with ships from Galactic
So,
Heroes,
like,
but on
well,
water.
Still,
Someone
okay, in the
writing
water, okay.
the story? Is there a story written?
There is no story
No.
for World of Warships.
I just want
It's
to
just
hear their
boats.
dialogue really badly.
Oh, after the last stream, I was looking at it and wondering if I could figure out how to learn to play it. And I've never watched Legend of the Galactic Heroes, but I enjoy the idea of just spaceship.
We should watch Legend of Galactic Heroes at some point.
That's a big commitment.
It is, but
It's a good watch.
It's
also
a
just
very-
kinda like-
yeah.
I would consume it at your own pace because it really does like lend well to.
It is not a binge show by any means.
No,
no.
we tried watching it
slow
under a
burn,
group watch
yeah.
and it just didn't stick really. Because
It is a
I got,
very,
like halfway through it
yeah,
before phasing it off of the rotation.
it is a very politics and dynamics between characters heavy show, and like politics is
So
an
the
actual.
exact kind of thing that I like to binge personally.
Yes, yes.
then.
like- It is an incredibly character information and politics information dense show, and its pacing is what it feels like is
I
necessary.
mean,
at the moment.
my warning would be also it has heavy content of space fascists.
Yes, it is a
It
story.
openly talks about fascism, and the only
This is-
criticism I'll actually level at is I think it glorifies the space Romans a little too much.
It glorifies
Yeah.
monarchs a bit much.
Yeah.
It has a lot to say about a lot of different politics, and occasionally that means it goes, you gotta hand it to them on this one point, and you just kind of reflexively go, not really.
No, you don't.
It never
Look,
says
we
you
all
gotta hand
agree
it to
that
the
monarchy,
nationalists.
etc.
Yes, no, it never
No,
says
It
you
just
gotta hand
puts forward as a dramatic trope that, alright, let's imagine we have, like, an adequate king, and there he is, swinging the
does
magic
point
sword at the demons.
It
and so
points out
forth.
that like this entire system relies on the person in charge not being a monster, which is the rarest thing in space.
If you have an impossibly void of all usual human concerns, Empire's Georg is an outlier and should not be counted.
Yes. Yes, that is the vibe that it ends up in, is that it, in order to create a situation, makes a basically impossible one. And yeah, fascism in particular, it is pretty hardline on no.
Thinking about the Space Emperor. I may be the only one familiar with the Space Emperor.
There are, like, at least 3 I can think of.
Look, I'm thinking of recent animation featuring World's Chillest Space Emperor.
Ah, the Galactic Emperor.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Sire,
the
what is your will?
one. Yes, exactly.
What does a Galactic Emperor usually do? You could destroy a planet? Why would I do that?
Why would I do that? What's wrong with you? Why is this guy here? Hey, who hired this guy?
Ferris is certain that Lena will return someday from space.
But in the absence of someone else to be responsible for this castle,
God, that sucks.
Ferris does stay home and be queen.
So sorry, Ferris. The tone on this is interesting.
In situations where Bartz is the only character left, the scene of him going to the grave hits real hard.
Like, very little has changed in dialogue, but the small tweaks are very good.
Yep.
I really like the baby Chocobo sprite.
Also, yeah, with Bartz as the writer of this letter, yeah, that it is more personal that, oh yeah, my birds are doing well.
Also, it's been a full year.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the idea. For the epilogue, this letter is 1 year later.
Also, the note about going to the Arc Tree is considerably more somber if anyone has died, as you just saw. It's just like, I'm just gonna go back to where they're resting, and if anything, I'll be fine.
Remember that time Lena got shot? That Lena ate poison? And the other time Lena ate poison? In retrospect, it was miraculous she lived that long. The time Lena fell into the void before the rest of us and was briefly eaten by demons?
I mean, let's be honest, if anyone's gonna be able to survive the void, it's Lena.
Yeah.
Direct me to your nearest poison, I will metabolize it and gain power.
Am I in danger of becoming the first Final Fantasy character to die of old age? I'm sure it's
Now,
fine.
if at any point in the future aliens descend upon this world to steal your brain, to employ in some nefarious scheme, the time of year to remind that there is a sequel to FF5 that is an OVA series
What?
What?
that has extremely little to do with 5, but nominally it's a follow-up to 5.
What?
What?
Thousands of years later.
What?
There's
It
a
has nothing
reason
to
you
do with
haven't.
5.
There's a reason you haven't heard of this.
Legend of the Crystals. It exists. They made it for some reason.
And
Licensing!
they steal Sid's brain?
Yes.
Okay.
Whatever remains of Sid's brain after he has been dead for 1,000 years.
So,
Just like lightly
nothing.
rehydrate. It'll be fine. The expanding brain meme is true in this one instance.
Maybe they had him mummified.
Well, that would
Perfectly
pulverize
good
the
pyramid
brain.
right there.
No, when you mummify someone, you pull their brain out their nose.
Yeah, by
Yeah.
sticking something up in there and scrambling it and pulling it.
Yes.
Like, it would be total
Yeah,
destruction.
but what if they stow it somewhere?
Just okay, what you do is you make somehow a mold of what the brain looked like in its intact state, and you scramble and you put it back in.
Yeah, you just cast a new brain from the brain
That's the
slurry.
new brain.
Alright, Stephen Griswold.
Fuck it, I'm just imagining Sid as Rhesus 2 now.
Haven't been able to stop thinking about the idea of a fishing planet and World of Warships crossover.
That's-
Plot
yeah.
points with the immense.
Now, what's funnier? The warships doing the fishing, or just normal ass fishers out in the middle of the fucking Battle of Midway trying to catch a fish while the artillery is going
Yeah,
on?
It's a
grab a
bunch of
tugboat.
your standard fishing planet dads just on the deck of a warship,
I think that's how it has
battle
to
happening in the background.
Yeah, just some guys on the USS Oklahoma looking for fish while planes fly overhead bombing the ship.
go. Now, Fishing Planet did actually add in the ability to have a femme shape.
Oh, nice.
You can be fishing aunt if you so desire, or just a different body shape. And also, one of the most recent and important additions they've added in is mirrored sunglasses.
Yeah.
That apparently, from what I can tell, serve the purpose of mirrored sunglasses, enabling you to better see into the water.
Yeah,
Nice.
I read that polarized sunglasses help see into the water, and I was like, damn, that makes sense, because fishing when I can't see a goddamn thing in the water is not really that easy.
God, so at peak performance in my time fishing in Australia, when I was about 19, I would regularly go out wearing, and I'd got it from a secondhand store, but it was a ventilated fishing shirt and a specialized
Ventilated as
fishing
in it
hat.
had holes in it?
No, okay. So this was a button-up shirt with long sleeves
Uh-huh.
that had been treated to be both resistant to salt water and to provide better sun protection.
Okay.
Inherently, that would make it really hot to wear. So it had like panels in it, right? Like cut out
Right.
panels in the
Okay.
back, then covered with a layer of fat so it could just breathe.
Okay.
Yeah, it was the
Makes
prized
sense.
possession for a long while. But I also had my fishing hat, which was the dorkiest fucking shit. I managed to get it in a complementary shade of blue to the shirt. And I'm trying to think of how to describe this. You know deerstalker hunting hats?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, picture that, but with like a standard baseball cap front. And like neck protector of like a veil going off down the back.
Okay, so
That sounds
so 90s
useful for
Sherlock
some.
Holmes for kids.
That sounds like it's super
It,
useful for
it was
someone.
incredibly useful, yes, but
Well, yes, but it also sounds like something worn by 90s Sherlock Holmes for
Yeah.
kids.
yes.
And yeah,
so
so in the everyone variation, it is just Krill showing up here to mourn Galuf, and then everyone else surprises her. If anyone is dead, everyone who is not dead shows up.
To mourn.
this is sweet. Oh, it's a different flower patch shape.
And we get square.
The Dads of Light say, "Get the hell out of our lawn."
I lived, bitch.
No matter what you did, she just doesn't die.
Also, something I hadn't really paid attention to during many previous runs, but they're pretty diligent about not giving Galuf any text boxes between, like, his death and when you actually meet his ghost in person in the void.
Yep.
They have him show up and gesture, and then people react to Ghost of Galuf. Yeah, for these endings, having him briefly pop back up to be like, no,
Not your time yet.
we said this a year ago when we made you a dragon to fly out of the abyss. Get. And then everything from that point on is the same. Adventure!
I prefer the ending that has at least one of the party members not make it. I think it's a better end.
And there we are.
That was
And
really
now
sweet.
there is only
Codes.
one reality left.
All roads
Wait, what
converge on parts.
The waveform has collapsed on the one with the actual name.
The
To wrap up.
timeline is this is the true timeline.
Yeah. To wrap up why that hat was so silly, I also need to include that the front parts of the veil had a drawstring in it, and that peak performance was to put it on, ensure it was draped correctly around the back of your neck, and then button it up at the front and do the drawstring to close it down so that the only thing exposed was your eyes and your nose.
Strong.
Which would be strong on its own, but then there would be the fact that I also, because I have prescription glasses and couldn't afford like full polarized wraparound sunglasses, I got the next best thing, which meant I had clip-on polarized sunglasses that clipped
God.
onto the bridge of my standard ones,
God fucking bless.
and cargo jorts. This was my standard
Yep.
fishing attire.
Strong.
Okay.
Didn't get sunburned. Sometimes the fishing men in their fancy fucking screen printed tournament gear would laugh at me, and then they would have red arms at the end of the day, and I would not, making me the victor.
Refill Berserker here. This has been going on for long enough that the Rune Axe ran Berserker out of mana.
Holy crap.
Oh my god.
It means you're being
So
very
much
efficient
thinking.
with your axe usage.
And yeah, it was very helpful against bugs too.
Mhm.
If I was not a coward, I would have gotten the insulated, like, knee-high socks and worn them with my fishing shoes, but I was not, still a teen, that brave yet to do what must needs be done.
Must needs.
What level is this crew aiming for? About 42?
41? We'll probably let them get away with it.
I knew 40-ish was usually average for some classes, but these classes are on the lower side of HP, so wasn't sure.
I don't recall if this team has cleared a path to the final area yet. I'm pretty sure they've killed Tania, because that's easily done.
Yeah.
It's fine. It's fine.
Shrike, that is an incredible series of words. Sounds like an entirely reasonable safety precaution, but the imagery is strong. Wait, hey Margie, does Louis Swell canonically fish? Is
No.
that a thing?
No, I'm
Aw.
just making a joke because of must needs.
Damn.
Also, hello.
Hello. I got really excited for a second there and thought I'd have something to like emotionally connect me to the man who make the face. Maybe he fishes. I can choose to believe that.
I mean, there's nothing that says he doesn't fish.
Alright, imagine him fishing with that that magic staff that is stated to be one of the most powerful objects of power in the entire setting before it got broken. Imagine him using that as a fishing rod.
I mean, Noctis does.
That remains the most compelling reason I might ever play that game.
So if I search for fish and Louis Swa, I find a character named Crazy Fish on the Louis Swa server.
Live your dream.
Wait a minute, I need to make sure on this. So you'll play any game that has fishing in it?
Yeah, basically. I've played a lot of terrible games to try their fishing out.
Darren, I know you can't see it, but I'm giving you the side eye right now of, boy, do we have a
No,
serious
no,
video.
I know. It's a no-go. That conversation's been a breath of fire.
I might. I mean, if we've had that conversation before, I don't remember, and I don't think you mentioned fishing to me. Because, okay, look, there are three main ways
And the
to get me
fishing
invested in a game I might not otherwise care about. It's what's the fashion like, what's the fishing like,
The fishing is mostly you stand next to water, you hit a button, and you cast a rod, then you hit
That's
a button
fine.
to pull it out.
I'll take it.
Four
Also-
has an actual rhythmic element to it to reel it in.
Yeah, it's actually very good.
Yeah,
Now,
but
I
Four
did
is,
notice-
four is
hunting?
actively enjoyable fishing. Three is
Does 4 still have hunting, or did they take
Yes.
the hunting?
Now, hold on a
Okay.
sec here. We can't do too much talking about 4 because I promised Newbie we wouldn't talk about it because Newbie got
Okay.
very cross with me when we had a 20-minute conversation about it last stream.
Okay.
My bad, buddy.
sorry.
Morgan, what's your take
No, that's on me.
What's your take on fishing in Pokemon?
It's very basic. I sometimes wish it was a little bit more advanced, but I spent many hours as a child developing incredibly intricate rituals to maximize my fishing chances. I had like a whole dance routine I would do before casting sometimes. Because I believed it made my chances better.
Look, you find me
Yeah.
somebody who didn't hold down and B when you were doing the Pokeball, and
I never did that one.
And what's your take on Feebas and the allocation thereof?
I enjoy Phoebus. I don't use it, but I enjoy it. It's a perfectly reasonable fish.
Even when it has only 6 tiles in the entire route to find it in?
Okay, I will cross heaven and earth to catch rare fish in games if I know they exist. Only my roommate outperforms me on that front, having caught every single fish available in Stardew Valley, and the only reason I have not done the same is because Stardew Valley's fishing minigame causes me physical pain. I
Yeah.
still enjoy it, but it will take my bones out.
Did you play the? No, wait. You didn't have a 3DS, did you?
I had a 3DS.
Oh, did you play the fishing game for the Me stuff, Me Plaza?
Never. I didn't know Me Plaza had fishing, or I would have engaged with it.
It did, yeah.
It was
Yeah.
one of the.
It was one of the second wave games.
Are you gonna play Skyrim now that it has fishing?
Pardon?
There's fishing in Skyrim.
Sana,
What?
don't.
Wait,
So-
is there fishing in
so
Skyrim
there's-
beyond just
so-
wading into the water?
No, yes, actually. So there's Skyrim and there's Skyrim Special Edition, and then 10 years later, from Skyrim the first release, they're releasing it again a third time for Collector's Anniversary Edition. It has fishing.
You can't make me go back to Todd, Sana. You can't do this to me.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm sorry.
Are
Don't
you
give in
actually
to Todd.
sorry?
Do
You don't
not
sound
give in
sorry
to
at all.
Todd.
I can't do that. I can't buy Skyrim twice in my life, but...
Yeah, I know. It's really frustrating how much
What?
it makes you go, yeah, what if, though?
I'm ashamed that I've bought it once.
Honestly, same. But
So here's the thing: is that I'm almost certain that if this is like any of the other features they're adding, it's just they bundled mods that they bought out rights for. So you could probably just find a better mod for fishing on Skyrim if you really.
I mean, I
wanted
was
to do that.
gonna say the way I play Skyrim usually is with a bundle of mods that let me do survival shit out in the wild. So...
Then it is probably going to be an inferior experience to whatever mod bundle you've touched before.
I really like the survival thing and the creation content stuff, but that's for very complicated reasons.
I understand that.
Because, like, it represents health and, like, hydration, or, like, satiety and hydration with, like, giving you less HP and MP totals.
Yeah.
So, like, you can see your bars burn, so you need to have another UI mod that just has more fucking HUDs, because you could just intuit that from, like, oh, I'm almost dead, I need to eat something. Which is also how I know how to eat something in real life.
Yeah, same.
Yeah,
When I
you say
feel
that.
grateful.
You say that, and I just go, "Yeah, that just makes sense, though."
I feel like death, right? Food, calories. I need
Why?
those.
Why am I just feeling like all of my body is? Oh, right. Okay.
See, my problem
Starting
is
fishing
Mhm.
would be okay if it wasn't so physically taxing.
Yeah.
Like, there should, I feel, be a couple of items you can add on, or failing that, an accessibility setting
Yeah.
There should be an accessibility setting.
Like,
Yeah.
consider the physical action that it requires you to do with many fish is very rapid, arrhythmic, and varying in intensity and tension presses of one finger. That's,
Yeah.
if you have any sort of arthritis or repetitive stress injury or bone problem, that's a recipe for extreme pain very quickly.
I'm glad that someone was like, food, right, I should eat that.
Yeah.
Elite nerds.
See, I solved the remembering to eat food problem by just doing it at the same exact time every day.
That's smart.
I would like to do that, however, my job doesn't allow me to have a consistent schedule.
Oof.
Yes, I work part-time and flexible hours, so same.
Yeah.
Yeah, I work for awful third-party contractor, and they set your hours, including your lunch breaks and 15s, and they could be
Does they
whenever.
set your 15s? What the fuck?
Oh yeah, yeah, it's evil. Yeah.
I've never worked in an
Contracting!
environment.
Yeah, same. Blazing Blade.
I really lucked the fuck out, huh?
Hmm?
I just realized that getting out of contracting hell is a remarkable.
Yeah, I'm really glad for you.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think if there's a game that included fishing that ever actively made me mad about how it did it. And I think the closest would be Nier Automata's. I really hated Nier Automata's fishing system.
It's designed to be antagonistic instead of.
Yeah, it is there, much like the original Nier. It is there to punish you for being the person who wants to fill out the fishing side quests.
I used to think that was clever, but actually you're just kind of punishing people who want to find more reasons to spend time in the universe you made for them, and it's just like.
Yep.
I did like the little chair.
That's cute, yeah.
I liked how it looked. I did not like how it played.
So
I
as
haven't
someone
played Nier Automata.
who doesn't know that much about fishing minigames and stuff like that, what about, like, I know Fire Emblem Three Houses had one? Well, how was that
I
one?
really liked that one, actually. It was quite generous in its windows for button presses, and tying it into something like one of your companions really enjoyed made it actively incentivized and rewarding. I do wish they'd just let me gather more bait so I could just fish if I wanted to, though. That'd be nice. But the actual system itself was one of the better recent implementations I can think of. Because, like, the standard fishing minigame people throw in, if they feel like they should have one but they don't know what to do, is just throw it into the water, you get a visual indicator, you reel back in. Which is kind of how it went with Hades, and, like, I'll take it. They should really brighten up the indicator for that one again, because it's still a little bit hard to see.
Yeah.
But they made that one fun by, like, having it tie in on story fronts and stuff. Oh, now I remember the other fishing minigame that I hated, like, actively did not like, was the one in Graveyard Keeper.
Yes.
Because it was incomprehensible to me. I could not figure out what sequence of keys I was supposed to be pressing, and it was inadequately explained.
Yeah, graveyard fishing was pretty bad. Fortunately, they have ways to not require it for progression.
Yeah.
No,
Which
Graveyard
is a shame. I'm always sad if a fishing minigame somehow fails to meet that standard of press 2 buttons, get fish.
Graveyard Keeper's fishing has extra steps that
It
needlessly
is not
overcomplicated.
Stargate fishing game. I have played a lot of Stargate's fishing game. It is not that.
But wouldn't you just be brave enough to make it like a literal slot machine UI?
That was Deadly Premonitions fishing.
Yes, it's there.
Yeah,
Deadly
Premonition.
Premonition has fishing?
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
it does.
A considerable bit of it. I don't know about the sequel because I
it's-
didn't.
I think
involve
it's a
myself.
roulette wheel sort of thing, is
Yeah,
what I
it's
remember.
like a kind of a
If you're
it's
picturing
kind of
a full
spinning
slot
roulette.
machine, then yeah, that would be something
Yeah.
beyond what Premonition did. But
Just
That's
making it a
just
slot machine would be incredibly smart and a
or just
personal
like a
attack
gotcha
on me.
UI, basically, of just being like you're gambling with the river. Stop pretending otherwise.
Basically, the
Yeah.
Deadly Premonition fishing minigame is you wait until the bobber lure strike indicator, you hit it, and then a roulette wheel comes up and you press A to stop it.
It's a Mario Party minigame.
Yes.
Graveyards fishing being bad is not attributable to it being a grinding game. I meant it when I said that its tutorializing is insufficient, and it is unclear a lot of the time what you are supposed to do to make the system work.
yeah, the UI and the explanations
They
of
could
how
have
to
explained
operate
better,
it are
yeah.
bad.
I think that's a reasonable complaint to level at it.
That does count as fishing,
of the-
I guess, for throwing grenades in.
So Breath of the Wild fishing.
Yeah.
You count shooting the
Does
river
Metal
with
Gear
arrows.
Solid 3 count as having fishing?
No.
Only if you're counting dynamite fishing.
Which
I mean, it also has...
established.
It also allows you to physically sneak up on the fish and grab them.
Yeah, you can't spear them.
Yeah, there we go. That
Yeah.
absolutely counts.
Yeah, then yes, it absolutely has fishing because there is no rod, there is only explosives, and just grabbing the motherfuckers.
I
with
think
your
you
hands.
can use the fork underwater and you can stab fish with
Yes,
it.
well, you can use
yes.
the fork on any animal that is small enough to put in your mouth, and it'll automatically let you.
And you can just fucking stab the fish and pick it up.
You can
With your
also
knife.
rush fish in Breath of the Wild. If you can swim fast enough to catch up to them, you can just grab them and put them into your inventory.
You can do that in Genshin Impact too, and it is one of my favorite things to like see a pond of fish and fly down over the top and then just plummet into the water and gather a handful.
You know, I'm kind of
Sufficient
surprised
cottages.
Genshin does not have
I'd
fishing
love to see
rod
it.
fishing.
What was that, Moss?
I said I'm kind of surprised Genshin doesn't have fishing rod fishing.
I don't. It might later on. It has promised in its settings to give me access to a boat to drive at some point.
You know,
Oh, yes. The boat. The boat is a small one-man thing, and I don't think it has a fishing rod, or at least it did not give me one.
I shall see when I get there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I have played so many games just because. Like, I tried to play Warframe to go fishing. I couldn't
Hey,
because I couldn't
Morgan.
get past the part of playing Warframe.
you can fish in Red Dead Redemption 2.
In what?
In what?
Red Dead Redemption 2.
I will not play that game on point of principle.
Good.
But... No, I think I
But-
can just end that there.
Okay, brave of you.
Yeah, all I was gonna say was I imagine it would be rather detailed if they committed to the rest of it, and that's a crime. But
Also, yeah, Warframe's
I
fishing
can
is-
help you get mad at it if you want.
no, I'm good. I don't want to think too hard about Red Dead Redemption
That's-
today.
Smart.
Yeah, yeah. And as mentioned in the chat, Warframe fishing is kind of weird. It's actually 3 different kinds of fishing depending on where you go. They're all variants on spear fishing. One, you need to directly strike the fish. One is you are fishing for fish-shaped robot drones in coolant fluid, and you throw in an electrical prod and you shock them and then you reel them in. And then there's Meat Planet, and I didn't get that far, but I know it's different.
Meat Planet?
You know
Planet made of meat.
You know the Infested? The third open world area. Okay, you know the 3 enemy types in Warframe.
No.
Okay. I didn't know if you had engaged with it. There are 3 enemy types in Warframe. There are the military clone army that is fascist goons.
A
There
Strogg,
is-
right.
Yes, there's the Strogg. There's the hyper-capitalists. and then there's the meat. They're basically kind of the many from System Shock 2, but run through a couple of filters.
I should really play System Shock 2.
Possible.
But the third open world area is, what if a derelict ship got taken over by me?
Oh, cool. So a corrupted mothership.
Yes.
I'm playing too many MMOs these days to be Johnny 3 MMOs. I'm only Johnny 2 MMOs.
I'm taking a break from 14. I showed up for the 14-day, like, free log back-in campaign, and I'm like, I'm gonna chill out until November. Not going to let myself get drawn back in.
Meat Week has been destructive.
Is there fishing in Fallout 76?
Let me think. No, directly, but you can throw a grenade into a body of water and probably get a few mirelurks.
Do I count that?
Is a mirelurk a fish?
Like it's a crab that hates.
Yeah, that's going for crabs. That's crabbing rather than fishing.
I don't think it's fishing then.
That's to fishing in my eyes in the umbrella.
There's 3-headed opossums, and every time I see one, I take a picture of them. And then watch them wander around for a bit, and then leave it by itself and just respect it.
Yeah, I think that counts. Not enough to make me, like, tempted to install based off it, but it counts.
Maybe they'll add fishing in the pit.
One of my favourite recent fishing minigame implementations was in Monster Hunter World.
Huh.
I really like the fishing in that. Both because, like, it's a fun system in itself, and also I really enjoy that I can, like, fish up something that will let me sharpen my sword.
Yep, whitefish.
And then just kind of look over my shoulder and just hear in the background that a territory dispute has happened and I should probably be leaving. But yeah, for a while I actually obtained one of the licensed Sega bass fishing games on the Wii and had a Wii fishing peripheral, which I used. It's quite good. It was rather robust, actually.
I've heard that the Wii fishing games tended to be good.
Did you grab Fishing Labo?
I did not, unfortunately. Labo is a bit beyond my price range, but I admire it profoundly. I'm aware I've just put together a situation where the plastic peripheral was cheaper than the cardboard one, but the economy has changed.
I mean, at this point, there's board game companies that are not receiving cardboard. So.
Yep. There is actually a massive supply and printing crunch in tabletop industry because of gestures.
Maybe, like, they should distribute the production and, like, maybe not have everything created in one place in the world.
Elder Scrolls Online, can we talk about narrative design?
What happened
What are you about to do to me?
So I'm in Elf Hell, it's fine. They're actually tackling supremacy
Elf
at all,
Island?
which is shocking.
the altar.
This is
I'm in Grotwood, which
is
is where the Wood Elves live, and
okay,
there was a
different
quest
place.
earlier where, like, they didn't build a Khajiit embassy because, you know, the person that's in charge was an elf supremacist, so they gave them a bunch of shitty supplies and they called them lazy. That's like, there's writing here that's worth something.
Okay.
Now there's a whodunit quest where I'm trying to figure out who broke the Green Pact.
someone cut a tree down.
And I do not know what the fuck the Green Pact is, and every elf in this goddamn tree is talking to me like I know what the fuck they're talking about.
Okay,
Okay,
so
I can more.
the Green Pact is is essentially a treaty between the Wood Elves and the trees. Because the trees in the area where the Wood Elves live are psychotic. And
Well, they
will
just
kill
no.
anyone that harms a plant.
just have to put up the asterisks there that
That's not what that word means.
psychosis
Okay.
doesn't do that. But yeah, anyway.
Yeah. All right. The trees are extremely violent, and the Wood Elves have essentially made a survival deal with them to ensure no one harms the plants in the area.
Or else the trees will rise up and stab them.
Yes. So someone breaking the Green Pact has chopped down a tree.
Or eaten a vegetable.
Yeah. And this is a problem, because this will make the rest of the vegetables get very, very violent.
So, wait, does someone have to eat a tree?
Any vegetable.
Someone has to harm plant life, specifically.
Yeah,
The
isn't it
plants-
thing that, like,
The
wood
plants
elves
have declared war, essentially.
aren't they like obligate carnivores because of this?
Yes, they are
Yes.
obligate carnivores and specifically cannibals.
Yep,
Huh.
they survive by eating anything made of meat, and all of their buildings are made from imported wood. They live in a forest and they import wood because they can't chop down any trees.
Here's a fun fact about the whodunit. One of them is a Khajiit, and he's the only one in the room tied up. I hate everyone here.
Valid. They seem to suck.
Yeah,
Basically,
a lot of
every-
elves in Elder
every-
Scrolls suck. Yeah.
the vast majority of elves in the setting of Elder Scrolls are all assholes.
Like the High Elf Island in Elder Scrolls Online is having problems because of a fascist revanchist movement that is starting there.
Yeah, I read a book literally, like, that was an internal part, saying, like, what the fuck are the aliens, and can we leverage that with the other elves to say that we have a common ancestry or something? And the answer was no, and also that everyone hated the aliens and they got their shit kicked in at the end of the first century, so we probably shouldn't do that.
Yeah,
We
the
should probably
aliens
not
are
remind
a
anybody.
problem.
It would not be a good look for us to do this, so don't.
What are we talking about in the lore or in the player base? Oh, it depresses me that that's an honest question.
The king.
Yeah,
That's
that's an honest question.
answer.
The lore in this particular case, and to their credit, the High Elf Island's leadership is very upset about the fascists. Their
Yeah,
queen,
they are admitting that, like, yes, we basically just had a civil war to.
the High Elf,
You know.
the High Elf Queen in the period of the ESO is a reformer who has opened the island to non-elves for the first time ever.
Hello,
Which is why the
Greg.
fascists are very mad.
Hey, Greg.
ESO was pretty good writing. It's been
Yeah,
Nice.
the ESO is not afraid to talk about the many, many problems that most of the governments have.
And then also sometimes there's just a question like, hey, my husband's been missing for a few days. Can you go find him? And then, yeah, he just fell in a ditch and broke his leg and just needs someone to help him.
Yeah.
No tragedy.
Yeah, every now and then they open up like narrative design positions, and I consider it, but I know that they expect you to know the lore.
I
That's
think they had a
I'm
position
not
for a
sure that
literal
anyone
historian.
knows all the lore.
that's an unfair asking, and if they would use it against you, which I would not be surprised at all if they would, that's bullshit.
I know
Because
for a fact that they do use it, yes.
yeah, that's just exclusionary bullshit. Because there's no human being on this earth that understands all of Elder Scrolls lore,
Yeah, not even
including the
Kirkbride.
people who wrote it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
not
no,
even
several of them-
Kirkbride knows it all.
Okay, there we go.
Kirkbride was on several controlled substances while writing most of it. Even he does not understand it.
I think the fact that I hit him with slow was preventing the cutscene from starting because he wasn't getting
Wow.
a turn.
Oh, Greg.
Aw, buddy.
His
Like,
no
Like, I pride
beast.
myself on my Elder Scrolls lore knowing, and there is so much I still don't know.
I'm freely willing to admit I know a surface level topic of a good deal of it, and if I ever got into a conversation with somebody who truly knows it, I get lost immediately. I ain't got time
A
for
lot
all
of it is nonsense. So
Yes.
What happened? I talked to an elf, and she started talking to me about Aetherius, which is space, and she said turn a moment on its side, and that's my brain turned off.
yeah, one thing that is notable about Elder Scrolls is that every single in-universe document is officially written from a specific perspective. None of them are absolute truth.
Yeah, they are all in universe, and a lot of them have authors that you can go find in the games.
Yeah, they're all clearly written with the intent of an argument.
Also, I will respect Elder Scrolls for doing the Dragon Break, also known as, man, we had a game with like 20 endings last time. Which one did we make canon? Fuck it, all of them. What? You heard me!
Yep, that happened because a giant robot broke time.
Yeah, that's basically, any further explanation is superfluous. Time broke because giant robots, therefore all endings happened.
Is that how they explain how the Oblivion protagonist is the boss
Yes.
of literally everything?
Yes. The Numidium broke time, and the Numidium is a giant robot.
And then Akatos shows up at the end of Oblivion, so all time that led up to it starts getting snarled, and now everything that the Oblivion protagonist could have done was done by them.
Dragon breaks
That's
are
impossible
weird.
because they're a Knight of the Nine and also an assassin.
Yes, that's a thing with several of the
Also the
Daggerfall.
God of Chaos. Also not the God of Chaos.
Yeah.
That is a thing
when a
with-
dragon break happens, what mutually exclusive things happen.
Yeah, like that is the big thing in the first one that happened in Daggerfall was like there is a specific like undead wizard who is both defeated and also won at the same time. And
But now
anyone
two
who
of them
studies
exist.
and so yeah, there's two of them, and anyone who studies the era goes away with a gigantic headache and a basically going either a personal grudge against the god of time or an oath to just never touch that again.
Yeah, like that guy exists now as a mortal and as a deity simultaneously, and those are two different people.
Except they're the same.
Yeah,
When they-
except
except
they are
for
the
when they're
same
not.
guy. Yeah.
Again, this is why expecting anyone to understand all of the Elder Scrolls lore is basically just fucking gatekeeping nerdery, because
Oh,
no
by
one
the way,
does.
that dude is one of the
Echo,
major
I'm right
villains
there with
of
you.
ESO.
Yeah, no, like, that's... I am giving this illustration at this point to illustrate why the idea of, oh, you can't apply unless you understand all the lore is like,
It's Calvin
That's-
I
Ball's
expect you
narrative
to know
Calvin Ball.
like a substantial chunk of it.
Yeah.
and
But,
that's pointless because it's Calvin Ball and everybody makes shit up every new game.
But in ESO, you know the elf guy who is basically a necromancer and is working with the Daedric Prince in the main story plot?
What, fucking Manamarca?
Yeah, that's him. He's the guy who is both a mortal and a god simultaneously.
He also shows up in Oblivion and you fucking body
He's just
check him.
generic high elf number 5.
Yeah.
He becomes a lich at some point. He is undead eventually.
Manamarco the Worm was just treated as just a dude in Oblivion, except in Daggerfall, that was the guy who became both god and just random schmuck, and you boot the shit out of the random schmuck one.
So
I want y'all to know that I put my hand to my head to check, and I am in fact slowly overheating, trying to keep track of all of them.
Okay, if you need to like time out and tap out, let me know. I will stop.
I'm just
I'm on the edge.
Okay, then I'll cool it.
because yeah, honestly, the thing that made me ever think, no, I'm just not gonna ever try and take any of this seriously was watching Brian David Gilbert's I'm gonna read
Yes.
all the books in Skyrim. And
Yes.
at that point I was just like, okay, all right,
Yeah,
never gonna care. Cool.
I did not do that whole project. I did something approaching it when I played Skyrim for the last time, because I'm almost certainly never opening that game again after I played it modded to hell and back. I
What, you
created
were
a
tempted by the fishing?
No. I created a library of every book in Skyrim, and that included the ones that mods would add from all of the other previous games in the series, so it was like all of the Testaments of Vivek. So I filled up like that house you can build, and every bookshelf in it with all of the
Fucking
books.
Vivek. Yeah.
And
Nice.
read most of them, and after a point just decided, you know what? Nah.
Also, Glorantha rules. Do not
Glorantha-
stand for
Glorantha
Glorantha.
fucking owns, yeah.
Glorantha is what Elder Scrolls wants to be and is badly fumbling at because it's
I
not
would
done
really
by
like
an
a
actual,
Glorantha,
like an
action
actual,
game.
an actual shamanic anthropologist who treated the subject with respect.
I have issues with some parts of it.
Yeah.
But overall, it is just amazing.
I really enjoy Six Ages and look forward to the next.
Oh yeah,
They're
I am
putting out for that.
so
DLC
looking
for
forward to the
Stages
dark.
is coming out soon.
Yeah, the second
Hell
chapter
yeah!
it should be out sometime in the next year or two.
Should I ever
And
secure
we will
funding,
explore the great darkness.
a ongoing struggle. I'm doing narrative design on a project that's on hold at the moment due to lack of funding, where I
Yeah.
have been given permission to do as that and create from bottom up, and it's very
Yes, King of
exciting.
Dragon Pass takes place in Glorantha. Six Ages is its spiritual successor, which notably takes place during a time period that almost nothing else in Glorantha ever touches.
Yeah, it's kind of a void in the rest of the settings, which is an accomplishment because the setting is very thorough.
It's not so much that it's a void as that it takes place before linear time exists.
Yes, I chose the word I did.
Yeah.
Yeah, barriers.
Barriers. Jinx.
Yeah, the
Shit.
Six Ages is happening, and time is linear for the humans in it. It's not linear for anyone else.
Mhm.
And that's part of why I'm looking forward to the Great Darkness, because that is one of the key events that leads to the formation of time.
Yep, that's going to get all sorts of weird, all sorts of quickly.
And the sun's gonna go out. Yelm is dead.
Finally, a game where livestock management was important.
God, I hope
I
Medieval
don't think there's
Dynasty is
anything
good when it
more
comes out.
important in Glorantha than livestock management.
Yeah, I want that game to be polished.
It's gonna be 1.0 this year, so we'll see.
We'll see. It needs like a considerable amount of work done before I'll go back to it, but I'm grateful to you for putting it on my radar, because if they pull it off, it'll be fantastic.
Yes, Yelm is already dead in Ride Like the Wind, but there are lesser suns around, and the Great Darkness is when that stops being viable.
When that stops working.
The final barrier. Good War Berserker. Alright, and now, full power, as requested.
Hell yeah.
Full power.
I mean, you made all the mana back.
You know what I wish Six Ages had an option for, though? I want to play as the trolls.
Yeah, that'd rule. I thought you were gonna say fishing for a second.
I mean, I'm not sure how that would work, but that'd be cool.
It would be cool, though.
But yeah, I fucking love Glorantha trolls, and I want to play as them.
They seemed really neat.
They are very cool. I mean, in the time period of 6 ages, they haven't even been cursed yet, so they're just really cool underground ladies who hate chaos and eat everything. And also there are some dudes, I guess, but trolls are a matriarchal society.
I think your game playing from the perspective of the dragon needs to be complex.
Yeah, I'm not sure how you would do that.
0 and 91. Good.
Loon, if you used quick and double tap sword stance, could you skip the mechanic?
Probably, if it were timed right.
Okay.
And with doing 20,000 minus 2 damage would create a pretty generous window for doing it as well.
Trick for all of history.
The epic of some jackass who never showed up. Just the worst guy.
I should probably actually read the Epic of Gilgamesh at some point.
It's a pretty good read.
I hear there's monkeys now.
Yep, and Gilgamesh is an asshole, I will warn you of that.
That's fine.
That's to be expected.
Most people that epics are written about are assholes at least once.
Yeah.
Yeah. Trying to think of examples where they aren't. At least the protagonist.
So, like, is it possible to attack, like, obviously you can attack Gilgamesh.
During this
is he the only one you can attack at this
ceases
point?
to be a target.
Okay. So anything you do is done to Gilgamesh, and he's
insisting on getting in your way.
Yeah.
You can't beat him, right, before this plays out.
I don't think so. Like, that thing that he is doing in between every line of dialogue is a full heal, I'm pretty sure.
And I'm assuming he's immune to death, so Berserker cannot accidentally kill him.
I don't think you can kill Gilgamesh at this point. The only thing you can do in order for Gilgamesh not to show up here is deal enough damage to Necrophobe in a certain time frame that you skip Necrophobe's whole Gilgamesh showing up.
Or just have never set the event flag for this in the first place.
Exactly.
I've always been really pleased to see Gilgamesh in this. Every time it's been a delight. Multiple times. Always glad to see this again.
Alright, let's see. Gilgamesh Bridge, Gilgamesh
He is our
ship,
friend.
Gilgamesh at Castle,
Dungeon Mesh.
Gilgamesh Morphed.
Can you steal from Gilgamesh in this cutscene? Like,
Yes.
does he
That
have...
is what Krill is about to stop time to attempt.
Okay.
Gilgamesh in the X Zone, that's the what? You're no beast.
It's just Bards.
Alright. Knife? No. Knife? No. Krill is inexperienced in the ways of crime.
What would he drop if you had stolen from him?
Genji form.
The armor is the
Or
last
Genji armor.
piece. So Gilgamesh during Necrophobe is level 93, has 55,000 health, 60,000 MP. Status immunities, most of them. Creature types human and heavy, immune to being scanned, controlled, or catched. And yeah, he spams Remedy on self. So if, between two of his actions, you manage to do a bonus boss worth of damage, then you could knock Gil out of this fight, and who knows what the scripting would do in response to that.
Yeah, that's. I'm not actually.
State that's theoretically plausible to read.
Yeah, that's. I have never seen anyone do that.
I think you might have to hack the game to make that happen.
Sufficiently powerful nonsense rapid fire could
Like,
do
yeah,
it.
a very chemicaled up for people with rapid fire.
Interesting.
Or some sort of quick leak.
Oh no! 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 No!
The frozen time.
This feels like someone needs to try this, but maybe not on stream.
I don't think you know where you are.
Okay, sure. Science will happen at some point.
I feel like I might have uncorked something out of a bottle, and that's fine.
What's this box? Says Pandora.
It isn't that we blame you for this, Morgan. It's that we totally blame you for this, Morgan.
No, this is collective.
This is the product of a think tank. A brain trust. A meeting of minds.
Oh, I love that tree. I love
Anyway,
how it
now
grows.
it is time for final tree.
Okay.
Good tree.
Looking at Necrophobe's side of the scripting, what would happen if you did that is Necrophobe would just self-destruct. How the scripting for this works is Necrophobe drops to less than 10,000 health, the music changes, Gil appears, the initial dialogue plays, and then Necrophobe puts himself into a different behavior scripting state. And all that is in that state is, if alone, terminate.
So if you
actually
kill
The
put
thing
Gilgamesh,
is,
Necrophobe
Necrophobe just
Necrophobe
stands
would
there
just
and waits to
explode.
die.
They actually put a safety rung on it.
Gilgamesh also has the highest HP of his six appearances at that point.
Over, again, Omega and Shinryu level.
55,000.
So how that would basically manifest is Necrophobe watches you do this absurd amount of damage to Greg and
just
vanquish him,
gives
and then
up.
then just goes, well, fuck it, I'm going out on my own terms.
That's just like,
Takes
man,
one step back and falls into the abyss forever.
just like nuts to this. I'm out. I'll take the endless abyss of just jumps off the cliff on his own. Just fuck this. I'll take the endless abyss over whatever you just did.
And doing this would fulfill Greg's final stated wish of having a fight with bots.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, right, and why they have him be targetable at all is so you can steal the Genji armor.
Right.
Yep.
Because otherwise I'd just be like, why do they even bother having him targetable here?
For crime.
Is Genji armor even worth it?
Yes.
Yeah, actually.
It's the best regular armor.
Does it have resistances and such on it is the
Yes.
bigger question. Okay.
Yeah.
In that case, yes. Okay, good.
Especially when the main point of comparison is crystal armor, which, best raw stats, but no other special features.
Yeah, fair enough.
Genji armor is specifically immune to Confuse and Toad.
Useful in the upcoming bit.
Hex death.
I mean, Toad is on the roulette wheel of effects that.
I mean,
thing can
everything's
do.
on the roulette wheel.
Everything is on the wheel. The laws mean nothing.
If the void bans me for hollering about my barriers, I shall face the light warriors and walk backwards into it.
Walk. I'll just extend my enormous tree body backwards. Time for Ferris to take a nap.
So the
time
strategy
I
of
say
this
that.
team is just hit things really hard.
Yes.
Yes.
Also, the frozen time.
Time mage means that we have a whole lot of flexibility in response to
A lot
anything
of
going
bonus
bad.
actions.
Every time I see this, I appreciate it more and notice more little touches.
Yep, this
And
is
staff back out.
this is one of the pinnacles of final boss art in SNES.
Though, actually, I do want to. Yeah, Ferris needs to be kept filled with blood as designated survivor of Almagast.
Kefka's tower is pretty good. Zeromus still confuses the hell out of me. This is just, you know what you're looking at, it's just gross.
Yeah.
Like that.
Zeromus will
X-Men.
never really make sense, but that's okay.
Maybe if you hadn't harnessed the power of the void to force, like, thousands of years worth of growth in it. If you hadn't force rhubarbed yourself, maybe it wouldn't backfire. Who knows?
Harnessing the power of the infinite emptiness to win the fucking state fair.
Puts himself in a state of tree old.
There we go.
What
So
happens
this
if you...
is the... this is able to interrupt the frozen time. Neat.
Huh.
Oh, wow.
Because Lena, that was the first stab up a quick.
I guess it's because it drops an enemy
Yeah,
to
it's
zero
an-
health.
Yeah.
It's an on-attack response as well, yeah.
Which means it's frozen time when you get into the next part.
Yes.
Good.
We are locked and loaded and ready to go.
Lena can do something.
Say goodbye to what happens when you give a ligneous organism cancer. What if you made a teratoma out of, like, cellulose?
That's a goal. That can
Can a
happen to
tree
trees.
get cancer? Okay.
Hold up. Trees can get teratoma?
I mean, basically, that's what a goal is. Sometimes, if it's not insect-induced, you
Huh.
can use it to. You can make oak. You can use oak galls to make black ink.
Oh yeah, I knew about oak galls, but those are mostly insect caused.
That,
Yeah.
yeah, I hadn't ever thought of them as anything aside from an external wound.
Wow, you get a lot of magic lamps usage out of
Yeah.
this.
High lamp
Mhm.
density.
You want to know where I learned about oak galls?
Was it Ars Magica?
Yes,
Of
in the
course, it was Ars Magica.
in the chapter about making fucking books.
Good.
Because
I'm
there's
glad.
an entire chapter about that.
God.
As
if
there
anyone
should
ever
be.
manages to shove that somehow into a video game one day, I will never emerge.
Like, that would be like the Voltron project between you, me, Morris, Tom, Sana, and, like, somebody else, probably.
God,
No,
yeah.
I'm not up to that. That's something someone else is gonna have to do that.
You can look
I mean,
somewhere
I
else.
might, I might say, like, you could do character writing.
I could do character name, but I don't want to do that to Tom.
That's,
I really
Tom's not
appreciate
out enough
that.
when I asked him to do plant generation.
I really appreciate that Greg has done, or not Greg, Xeth has done literally nothing.
Yeah.
the laws of the universe mean nothing. Wait, hold on, I only meant that for me. What? No,
You're
no,
right, they
no.
don't.
Wait, that's illegal. You can't use it against me. No.
Shut up, get slapped in the face by a giant fish.
That's Ferris's pet. That's Silva. It's the water dragon.
It's a giant fish, yeah.
It's a very large
Oh.
fish.
The
Well-
laws of the universe mean nothing. Ah, it's time for you to meet the magic lamp.
I was about to say, Loon, why aren't you using an elixir on Lena? That's why, it didn't matter.
Yes, Lena does not have. Lena has 1 HP.
Lena's
already
This,
had
this
max
is the
health.
group that has one person who can survive Majesty that isn't berserked.
Real might.
God, I love the intensified vibrations here.
Yeah, the
Very
wiggles.
strong.
The
The
jiggling.
wiggles for Almagest is still beautiful.
Neo X Death looking like me in the kitchen if somebody hands me a plate when I wasn't expecting it.
I really wish I could find a way to run Ars Magica for you that would not involve melting down because of spreadsheets.
Yeah.
You
Is
get
that a tabletop game or?
Yes.
Yeah.
The problem is that the
them-
character sheet and character creation are extremely involved and rely on a spreadsheet that I made.
Okay, so no, for reference, have you ever interacted with either edition of Mage in the World of Darkness?
Nope, never played World Darkness.
Okay, you've touched Eclipse Phase then, yes?
Yeah.
Okay, take Eclipse Phase First Edition and
No.
okay.
There's
No,
I
an
will
answer.
I'm
say
holding you
even
at gunpoint.
once
Take
you get
Eclipse
to the
Phase.
part where you're rolling dice, it's actually fairly simple. But to get there, you have to mine your way through the spreadsheet.
Take Eclipse Phase character creation, except you have to make up half the mechanics, and they're exactly as complicated, if not more so.
Ugh.
Now, I feel like this is doing a disservice to this game, whose pitch is fucking incredible.
Oh, it's an amazing game, but the character creation is fucking awful, and I'm not gonna count that.
I can still
Here it
close my
comes.
eyes and see that spreadsheet.
Yeah,
Okay.
I made that spreadsheet.
Yep.
Ferris
Before
does
I,
it.
before I made it, that spreadsheet didn't exist, and people had to
Now,
do that out
Ferris?
by hand.
Revive
Yes.
another character before you bleed out from Almagest
Oh.
with your exactly 20 health you survived with. Good work. Good work, real team player that you are. Genius that you are, getting
Yeah,
two
yeah, yeah.
actions.
And trusting in Berserker to continue to attack.
Trust Berserker, optimal.
First once again, Clark!
Drink.
Fucking genius.
Bonk.
But yeah, I mean, I could make templates, I guess, of pre-made character builds.
All right, front is
but
destroyed.
That's
He now
about all I
only
can
has
think
his
of to
super
make it
moves.
easier.
This is the last one, right? This is the final
This is the
entire-
finale.
Yeah.
Spin the wheel.
This is final X-Death and his final attempt to destroy all of reality.
Appreciate Cryol came back just in time to get hit by Grand Cross.
Alright, what we got?
Frog, tiny, nothing, nothing. All right, good.
Very comedic, but not that bad.
Berserk
Berserker.
Frog is pretty great, yeah.
What does Almagest do specifically?
It hits like a
Magesh
train
does
and
moss damage. Yes,
It's
it
just an
is.
effect.
It's just very big hit.
very big
plus
hit and
bleed.
The little chompy. Don't think I've seen the little chompy frog before. That was very
He
good.
gonna get you.
God, Tiny Cryol is perfect.
Tiny Cryol is canon now.
Hey, Tiny Cryol doesn't even have any problems.
Yeah, being
That's
tiny
an
does not hold
that's an
back Cryol at
advantage.
all.
Cryo is already gonna die. in the
I don't
world.
even see a difference, really.
I did not bring any other. I do have poison rods.
Hell yeah.
Are we going to leak the last portion?
No, but that is appreciable damage to throw in.
Okay.
If it came down to it, leading out the final segment in the frozen time would be acceptable. I will keep one poison rod in reserve for that occasion. Yeah,
How many segments
double
are
up on
left
this.
at this point? Two?
2.
Top, middle, top, bottom.
Top, bottom?
Yep, you heard me. The laws of the universe mean nothing.
Okay.
The laws of topography, especially.
Excuse me, I'm a cartographer. I'm allowed to make these rules up as I go.
Sitting here trying to evaluate if that's a bid or not. Because if it's not, that's super cool.
My undergrad was in urban management.
Oh, nice.
Urban planning, rather.
I didn't know
So I'm just sitting here picturing Neo X-Death, the Mercator projection version.
So we still have Grand Coif and Wizard Bones left.
No, Wizard Bones is what you slice out with Odin.
Right. So we have Grand Coif and Almagisty.
Yes.
Almagisty probably.
I feel like the Mercado projection of Neo X-Death as he is right now would be those 14 cactuars that have just like the big head.
Oh, the ones that are
The
overgrown.
fractal ones, yeah.
The ones that
Yeah.
are starting to bud cactuars from the top of their head.
Yeah.
I love those guys. There's one in the hunt trains that's a nightmare
time.
because the model doesn't show up when a billion people come in, and it has 10,000 needles, which it just lowers its head and launches them like
Yeah.
a
Pieces are
missile
still here.
ray, and it will delete you, and you will never know what hit you.
The double dance is quite powerful.
Yes.
Yeah, fuck him up, Faris.
And that is still no parts dead.
They're both very close. I haven't been keeping an exact count, but they're both over 30,000 damage each dealt.
Mm-hmm.
We got Ifrit.
It's not much, but is why and one of them just broke.
Well,
Oh no.
In the wheel of fun.
Final poison rod?
Final poison rod goes in with as just regular old damage.
well, time to see if we can trust Berserker.
Our work here is done. Call the meteors.
Oh boy.
Okay,
Oh,
trust Ferris. It's just trust Ferris.
Was the vacuum wave really necessary, sir?
Trust
How
trust
Brian
Mini
was
Cry.
unbreakable.
How?
Ryle is
What
unbreakable.
happened in the first fight?
We have
Ryle
seen
is
so
unbreakable.
We have seen so
Got
many
there.
instances of this not being.
Too small.
Well,
Nice.
Didn't matter.
Okay, so now
Can't be hit.
Kyle and Ferris return home, leaving Bartz and Lena to take a nap.
Ferris with a tiny Kryl perched on her hat.
immediately abandons the throne and goes pirating with a tiny Kryl.
Ryle got sent across the universe with that vacuum wave, though. If she's already tiny, that's just...
Kryl is now a bullet.
She got punted into the stratosphere.
Sir Isaac Newton is the deadliest son of a bitch in the void.
In the beginning, there was only the void.
Well, that went well.
Bartz, what are you doing up?
Remember, everyone, the most powerful force in the entire group was Ifrit, killing one of the pieces.
Ifrit at the last moment just like, got him.
Your wish is granted.
The sprite there was very good also, and just hello.
I heard you have a problem.
Stuck in a library for 2,000 years. How do you think I know how to defeat you, X-Death? I read your book!
You magnificent son of a bitch.
I
And the
studied
great
the
weakness
techniques to kill you by pouring over the skin of your dead relatives.
I mean, he's not a particularly wet tree, so setting him on fire seems like a good plan.
See, you say that, but the root structure was rather mangrove-like.
Well, yeah, but it's in space. There's no water for it to be growing in.
We have established, via looking at the previous background sprites, that the vines go into the crystal as if it were water.
Is crystal flammable?
Yes, but also no.
Depends on what the crystal's made of, right?
Undecided.
What's the elemental alignment of the crystal?
What is the molecular structure of the crystal in question?
Let me
I'm not a
introduce you-
geologist. All I know is that sometimes a rock has
But
perfect cleavage.
sleep now.
Goodbye.
But yeah, Neo Exdeath defeated in one run by Dragoon and in another run by Ifrit.
Anyway, what you're looking for is you need your sodium crystal.
I don't know, I think I'm gonna go for the francium crystal. For one thing, a sodium crystal probably is salt.
Not necessarily.
So I actually have a story involving a chemist friend of my father's. And I will preface this story with he is fine and there was no short-term or long-term injury involved. This is that kind of chemistry story where you need to preface it up front, like,
Okay.
this ends fine, but...
Letter from Ferris.
So he was working with elemental sodium, and it was in a... I don't remember all the details of the story, but it was elemental sodium in such a state that it was powdered, and a lot of it was just kind of ambiently around. It was not like it was getting it all over everywhere, but I think it was like being dremeled or powdered or something. Some preparation was happening.
Oh dear. How wet was the air?
That's not the problem. The problem was, as part of the treatment process involving another chemical, there was a hazardous chemical spill, and without thinking, he ran under the... You know those chemical showers that are like
Oh,
absurdly
no.
high pressure water that will
Yeah?
blast you? So he ran under that without thinking that his entire front of his lab coat was covered in powdered sodium.
Oh no.
And so his lab
Thank you
partner...
for prefacing that he was fine.
Yeah, because it was in a sense, it was in a state where he did explode, but it was a series of many, many, many tiny explosions all at once, like a billion firecrackers going off, and his lab partner just heard him start cursing his fucking head off, because in the shower he was briefly convinced, like, oh, I'm gonna blow the front of my torso off, but all he did was just kind of like ruin a lab coat, and that was about it. And that was one of those things where it was like, I did what was correct in the situation for that specific kind of hazmat spill. I just forgot that I had been handling sodium, and then I blew up a little.
Well, that's a pretty fucked up story.
Yeah. It was just one of those stories that I got told when I was younger, and it was just one of the things that put a respect for chemistry in me of just like...
Oh, Ferris!
Yeah.
Oh my god!
Yeah. She just adopts Bokos and the family if Bartz dies.
Oh my god, I'm getting emotional about a chocobo!
I'm glad that the pirates are happy to be bird nannies.
You do a lot of crime from birds.
So yeah, this is the point where I say my favorite iteration of this ending is the one where Bartz is the one who is left behind in the void specifically for the reuniting with Boko and the kids moment at the end. Remember that time I blew my dad's friend's heart apart? That was cool. Bam!
Didn't see it coming.
I never caught the head rub before that implies that he headbutted the wolf.
God, I didn't think that was what it was implying. I thought he was like kind of rubbing his head bashfully, like, oh. But no,
I
like,
didn't mean to hit him that hard.
yeah, that was the read I got. But I also love the idea of it being like, ah, fuck my head.
Let's count the number of times Lena gets poisoned. That's how we remember her.
I mean, it was certainly the parts of the game in which she was most active.
Absolute genius.
It is a prop of these ancient ruin environments that I really like looking at. These giant, like, Flintstones
Wooden wheel
gears.
things, yeah.
These wood gears
Yeah.
that only have, like, maybe 12 teeth on them, judging by the spacing.
And also aren't using their
They
teeth
aren't meshed
to
with
do
anything that we can see.
Yep.
If they're attached to anything, it's under the floor. But the rest of them is just exposed to the air for some reason.
Maybe it's a really elaborate pie making setup.
I mean, I just assumed it was like in Dwarf Fortress, where it's open air for ambiance, and they just liked it.
Or it's like the infinite troll physics perpetual motion water wheel machines.
Is this the same track that's played every time?
Yes.
Yeah.
Ah.
It's just very soft.
A good track.
Hmm.
I am very curious how this track will be once it's been refurbished, as it were, for the pixel version.
Orchestral arrangements of the everything.
For some reason, I'm sad. Your sister's dead.
For some reason.
Yeah.
Ferris is bad
It's
at
okay,
feeling.
Ferris.
It's
You're
okay.
allowed to.
There's been a lot of
As demonstrated in the first couple, she's not very good in grief. Oh my god!
yeah.
Bespoke flower arrangements every time. This rule.
Yeah, there's a different arrangement if it has the other three people come down.
That's such an odd thing to do little bespoke touches for, but I love it.
That's the vibe of the classic S, and honestly, for most of its life, most of Final Fantasy is, that's a weird bespoke touch, but I respect it. And then it nearly got the company killed. Like several times in separate succession.
To be fair, a lot of what nearly got the company killed was that they tried to do MMOs.
No, there was Spirits Within, and then...
Okay, also Spirits Within, yes.
And there was 14, and then there was 13, and then there was 15.
Spirits Within is why it's now Square Enix, as opposed to just Squaresoft.
All of the follow-ups were not as bad as nearly dying because you made a bad movie, but all the rest, like the development of 13, 14 1.0, and 15, have all been plagued with, alright, that's a neat touch, where's the video game?
Final Fantasy Spirits Within, the movie that I watched as a child for some reason because it was on TV and that traumatized me and scared me away from, like, ever interacting with Final Fantasy products for the next 10 years of my life.
Can't blame you for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yes,
I was just like, damn, that's fucked up. I'm not touching that. It's haunted.
Yeah, I don't think anyone could blame you for that at all.
having someone
Yeah, I don't know why. The bit where the big spirit orbs flew out, that really just, I equate that in terms of things I watched in movies that scared me with seeing a guy get chopped into pieces in the Resident Evil movie with the laser grid. It's got the exact same memory of I don't like that.
Spirits Within is the only possible result of having people who wrote PS1 RPGs take the helm of a feature film. It is everything that happens in JRPGs of the era on a screen.
My favorite part of it is that it has no connection to anything else named Final Fantasy, similar to
Yes.
most things named Final Fantasy.
They had to wait a while before thinking, right, we should do tie-ins for movies, because that will have brand recognition. People will want to see that.
I mean, there's a certain amount of, yes, I am interested to see what kind of new story the Final Fantasy brand decides to go with going forward, because every time it seemed like it was something fresh and interesting, but then again, when things just aren't working well as games, it becomes less interesting.
I mean, 7 Remake played pretty great, so they have a better idea of what they want to do these days, but yeah, there was a point where they're just flattering.
Yeah, if the planners behind 7 Remake said they wanted to do a movie, you would scoff a bit less at that and be like, all right.
Yeah. I would be like, okay, that's not cursed. That's not necessarily a great idea, but I will
It's still
pay
an
attention.
entirely different beast, and the skills will not be fully transferable. But you have characters, you have tone.
Ideas. You have a
I have
direction.
seen Advent Children, but I have seen Advent Children incorrectly, and thus I have seen it correctly.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not sure there's a way to watch Advent Children correctly, so...
Well, specifically, the version of Advent Children that Chip has a custom subtitle track that completely replaces all of the dialogue.
Interesting.
And
Okay.
it's incredible. And like, I mainly remember it for just one of the Turks walking in and being like, and now, children, we're going to tell you about the danger of smoking right before a combat sequence. And that, like, drastically elevated the experience for me.
This sounds like it makes as much sense as Advent Children, so...
That honestly sounds like a joke that would be in the original script of 7, so yeah.
I don't have a lot of respect for the early 7 spin-offs.
It was
You
very
shouldn't in any
creepy.
way, except maybe Crisis Core was alright.
Visually, it wasn't as uncanny as I was braced for it to be.
Advent Children was out of after Spirits Within, where they had gotten a little less bad at it.
So that was then at the point where we moved on to Brooding Square.
Yeah,
Kingdom
and I
Hearts
will
Square.
say for Advent Children, it's not Dirge of Cerberus, so got that going for it.
Also, as for getting hold of the subtitle track, I don't think it's actually available anymore because the person who put it together distributed it via LiveJournal.
That would do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Getting it to work again was an extensive project here, so...
Did anyone ever figure out why they decided to go with the gimmick that all spin-offs of Final Fantasy VII should be in the A, C, B, C, C, C sort of progression?
Guess it's
I
cool.
think
My brain is just lacked onto poetry structure, so I'm not quite sure what you mean there.
Okay, the 4 original spin-offs of 7 are Advent Children, Before Crisis, Crisis Core, and Dirge of Cerberus, whose initials are...
A, B, C, E, D.
Yeah.
No, it's kind of catchy.
I mean, that does just kind of feel like the kind of thing that titlers will do.
That is one of those things where you just kind of, I need some sort of naming scheme for this. I don't know. Alphabet.
Wasn't necessarily part of any larger...
Do you know how many mystery novels I've
Writing
shelved
plan.
that have had 27 books carried entirely on the same title with the
Yes.
second word, and the first one is an alphabetical different word?
Yes.
Wait a minute. Did Kryle just use Demi on Melusine? Does that work?
I don't think these cutscenes count, whether or not that actually
I'm
works.
sorry. It was just one of those things that went, wait a minute.
Yeah, I was about to say, Kryl sure did just, like, throw a ball of void at her.
Also, sorry if I call her Krill. It took 25 years of
He has
like
skills.
hearing it for me to hear that it's not actually
Good work,
supposed
Ferris.
to be that. Yep. A+.
Kryl is entirely valid.
I mean,
Friends, go.
You could be calling her Kara.
That's
Could
true.
be calling her Krillin.
Or Bartz's other variety of names that people gave him.
I mean, I respect Krillin and I respect Kryle, so sure, they can be the same.
Also, I didn't really engage with Final Fantasy Remake much. I watched it be streamed some, but the set design was really pretty. I liked a lot. Like
I liked the Let's Play of it that I've been watching. So
Yeah.
Nice. I was mainly interested in what they would do with the environment design, and Aerith's house was fucking incredible.
Yeah, they put a
Yep.
lot of effort into the environments.
And my favorite touch in it was just, hey Cloud, go make a bouquet.
Yeah. And they set that one up so you can use any of several combinations of flowers to do that.
Yes, these touches like that are what would get me to play the game over it being like Final Fantasy VII.
Yeah, like that's again.
There's a lot of touches like that in it.
That is
Nice.
one of the things Square is best and worst at, is that they will very much put meticulous love, care, and small touches over things that they focus on. And at its best, it is a good game that has a lot of really wonderful small touches that you can engage with. And at its worst, it is, okay, you forgot to put the rest of the video game behind that.
Yeah.
The perfect final ability scroll.
Yeah,
what,
I know.
what does he do? Time, anger, berserker.
Everybody else has a bit of a scroll. His is 3.
Oh, is that a
Thinking.
3? I thought it was 8.
8 abilities, but 6 of them were ranks of time magic. So
Yes.
on the list,
okay.
they all.
Time 1, time
Squeezed
2,
together.
time 3, time 4, time 5, time 6.
I
Axe.
had
3
no-
actual
Rage.
abilities.
I hadn't noticed until we saw the zoomed in Berserker sprite that the wolf head is blushing.
Yes.
Well, it's naked.
Alright, folks, we're not going to do any better than that. We're gonna-
That's 4 Fiestas.
Bend.
What a fucking ride.
That was incredible.
The 4x4 Fiesta.
Only one mage.
Yeah, that's wild.
I mean, it was because of